she flutters by. It takes on the wind, she takes to the sky. No jar can tame her, no net to make her mine. She lays on my shoulder, if only for a tease. Then off to the wind, floating on the breeze. But then in that moment she'll be mine, butterfly. But I guess there's some things it's not meant to. Make sense of this, there ain't no making sense of that. And hoping is just hoping when we don't know where we're at. Won't you run so far, yeah, and fly so free? I've never felt so stuck in between. At the end of the day, just won't you say that you stay? I guess there's some things just not meant to hold. I guess if I love you, let it go. I guess if I love you, let you go, 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 let you go. But how if I love you? Can I let you go?
221, what's going on in Union Victoria?
Transit 221, we've got our squad.
Hey, Backsitters, welcome back. Sorry we're a little delayed getting going. You know us. Sometimes we got a lot of things going on, but thank you very much. Pat is actually out in a car by himself with a couple other members of the CAD team.
How was the runaway juvenile on the platform?
And seems like been a little busy night here. So it's coming up on the New Year's weekend. We haven't decided what we're doing on New Year's Eve yet. Pat and I were talking about that, and we're gonna have a little conversation later on tonight. But we have an alternative plan. I don't know if we're gonna be dropping our own ball, which of course has been a classic for the past 3 years. But we may be attending some other New Year's activities to bring in the new year. But got a lot of radios going on here. We're headed south on Rice Street from County Road C. Roseville on the right side of us there. The Walgreens we just passed. And City of Little Canada patrolled by the Sheriff's Office over here on the left side. So had a busy day today. Deputy Joe Kill found a car today driving reckless with plates that didn't match. Struck a few other vehicles, and he followed it and got in contact with the state patrol right away. So they were able to follow that car out to Woodbury. You might have seen it on the Crime Watch page, but the state patrol helicopter was able to follow it out to Woodbury for us while our cars kind of shadowed it from a half. We tried to shadow from about a half mile away because we don't want to be too far away in case they bail out of the car, try to get into a house. But lo and behold, in this case, the driver pulls into an open garage. Can you believe it? He sees it, he knows he's being followed. He pulls into an open garage. Of course, our deputies are not far away. And they find out from a neighbor that he doesn't live there, of course. They surround the house and he comes out the door and they arrest him. Surprise, surprise. I love that. Surprise, surprise. I love that. Surprise, surprise. Almost as much as I like new news. They're both good. New news. New news at the CAT team. Anyhow, that was a good piece of work. We had Last night we had a couple stolens. If you were listening to the scanner, looking at the Crime Watch pages. But the celebration of New Year's does start pretty much right now for some people. Even though we don't officially ring the bell till midnight on Sunday. Sunday. Well, it's hard to believe we've celebrated this will be our 4th New Year's together. Let me see, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, this will be our 4th New Year's together. Pretty amazing when you think about it. The first one was my favorite though. That was a classic ball drop. I mean, we did some good work. Jim Moody made us an amazing ball the last 2 years in front of the state capitol. But that first ball, that was a wrecking ball that we saw we had dropped for us. I can go back and look that one up. So we're at Larpenteur. This is kind of the center of the county right here, Rice and Larpenteur. Not technical center, but this Rice Street sort of runs down the middle of Ramsey County, and it's in the middle of the central district of the St. Paul Police Department. Of course, you know, to our west is Dale, Lexington, Snelling, Fairview, Cleveland, etc. To our right, of course, is the freeway, Edgerton, Payne, Arcade, Johnson Parkway, Wiper Avenue. And of course, south of us, you know, Larpenteur is 1680 north, so south of us you'll come into Arlington, that's a half mile south of us, and then Maryland, which is, if you're a city cop, you think of Maryland as kind of the center, the best way to traverse the east and west. Of course, Maryland runs right into Como Lake, and of course, you know, it goes all the way to the east side. So, you saw the Towsley incident where our deputies arrested that guy stealing stuff out of Towsley. Now, that's a career criminal. Now, I don't know if it's been said this week, but, you know, the county attorney asked for $200,000 bail to keep that career criminal in jail. And the judge lowered it to $5,000 bond or $500 cash. Now, that's not right. That's the problem. Under Sheriff Mike Martin, you might have seen him on KSTP. So this is why people don't trust the justice system, is the career criminals are getting back out to, and he was already on bond from another burglary. Austin Erickson. Look him up, Austin Erickson. He's a career criminal thief, burglar. If you're friends with Austin Erickson, tell him he's on our list now, and it ain't a good list. It ain't the nice list. It's the naughty list. So now we're down here at Rice in Maryland. We have several cameras going tonight, so if something happens, which it always will. Nicole had a chase last night. Ended up, the person who she was chasing ended up rear-ending another driver. No serious injuries there. It was a big truck. But every once in a while we get help from the citizens. Unintentional as it might be. But I am out in this area, and you know this poor gentleman that was walking his dog. This is a tragic event. Walking his dog when he was hit. And if you live in St. Paul, or if you walk in St. Paul, you can probably weigh in. You know, I've talked many times about how many streetlights are out because people steal copper out of these lights, the electrical connection, and unfortunately,
Metro 6275.
they're stealing so
1050,
much, the city can't
eastbound
replace it
694
fast enough.
Edgerton in the left shoulder.
47369.
They need a better solution, of course.
2134.
So right up here at Maryland and Sylvan, this, because it's so darn dark here. If you could just, they've been out trying to fix these lights of late, but I'm just gonna drive by. I mean, even the big street lights are out because they stole the copper out of the big, not just the small ornamental ones. But you see how dark this is here? They put a gigantic stop sign here, but it's very, very dark. And when you're out walking, it's even with the night glare, a little bit of moisture in the air. There's just not enough. The neighbors here have complained. In fact, one of our backseaters is the relative of the man that was killed, and our thoughts are with you. But the key here is let's make sure this doesn't happen again. That whole 2-block stretch between Able and Park is just
Which vehicle tried to take off from Edgerton?
deathly dark.
The dark colored Ford SUV.
Yep.
That guy doesn't like how slow I'm driving. There's no problem driving slow. State Patrol just had one take off. I was just grabbing for the radio to figure out where it is going. Anyhow, I've suggested before that the city's either going to have to secure the copper, which is next to impossible, or go to solar. Put some solar panels
Metro
on.
4460 cars for 1050 eastbound 694 at Highway 61.
660 Road 1.
2137.
Put a solar panel at the top of each of these so that
6 Metro, I'll grab that one.
you don't need the
Number
copper.
2137.
But at least you'll have some lighting. I think they budgeted $750,000 now in St. Paul to replace the copper, but if you can't stop them from stealing the copper, you're in trouble.
Metro. I'm not seeing anything on the right shoulder. Do we think it's one and the same?
Well, I ordered a pizza for dinner tonight before I left, and
That's the only one I saw. The other way. Head to that.
I didn't get the pizza that I wanted to get from the pizza pub up in Forest Lake, but I got a local one. But if I was up there in Forest Lake, I would have got a pizza pub pizza up there from Sophie and her husband Mike. I don't drink, as you know, but Sophie serves my friends pretty well up there. So shout out to the pizza pub up there in Forest Lake, Sophie. And by the way, her husband Mike works as a police officer. Thanks for your service, Mike.
Just 186 area.
They're big Jelly Joe fans, as is everybody else. So, backseaters, we're going to go pick up the Rev. Pat is, of course, one of our best patrol. Well, I wouldn't say one of our best. They're all outstanding. That whole CAT team is amazing. The other night we were working and we were trying to catch this Kia Forte. It's a long story, but we don't take unnecessary risks. If we took unnecessary risks, we'd probably catch a few more, but there'd be consequences to some of those unnecessary risks. So we did recover the car. We caught one suspect that we know was using the credit cards from the poor woman whose car got stolen over there off in Maplewood off of Kipling. But we've been working 3 years now, and well, maybe it's not 3, I don't know, 2.5. It might be 3. And without any serious injuries, knock on wood, because we know at some point what we do for a living here, eventually there are some consequences. But the consequences of not arresting people result in the community deteriorating like Minneapolis is. And I'm sorry to say that. You know I'm a big fan about saving Minneapolis. If I was the governor, well, I'm not even bringing up that I was the governor. The governor should make saving Minneapolis a top priority, because Minneapolis is one of the important economic engines and really a jewel of the state. Now, let me say this. Do I agree with all the politics of the Minneapolis City Council? Of course not. You know, I think they should have gave raises and incentives to the cops. But having said that, I support them in their efforts to be a successful, safe city. And we all should, because what happens in Minneapolis eventually comes here. But
their report puts out at Edgerton, Maryland.
Here's my point.
We're trying to catch up to a red Mustang with the going eastbound Maryland high rate of speed. It's a convertible Mustang.
Red Mustang. Going eastbound. We're going to turn around and head up that way. Our guys should be right there, to be honest with you.
361, did you guys try to stop it? Negative, we got stuck in traffic, but we're at Arcade in Maryland right now, unknown where he went after Payne. Disregard, we're behind it. It's going to be Kilo Romeo Yankee 314. We're going to stop it as it goes past Arcade.
There is a squad behind it, over there in Maryland and Arcade.
Copy.
78, can you show me that?
So, it hasn't actually fled. It was just traveling at a high rate of speed. If it does flee, unfortunately for him, he's right in the proximity of like several CAT team members. But back to Minneapolis, I mean, one of the things this proactive policing does is keep a community safer. It puts career criminals in jail. It's always been my goal to have a proactive law enforcement agency, and even when I was at St. Paul in charge of different burglary and juvenile units, the goal was to
361, we haven't stopped here.
already stopped.
Copy, vehicle stop. 2143.
The goal is to go after the most frequent offenders. That's the simplest way to curb crime, and I echo this all the time, but you know, determine who the career criminals are that are doing crime 3 or 4 times a week, and there are a lot of them. Arrest them and attempt to hold them in custody, get them charged and hold them in custody. That's the key. But if you don't have a proactive force, a force that's out there working on these career criminals, you just end up responding to the crime that occurs. And that's what's happened in Minneapolis. They're so short on
263 Tango.
Short on officers.
263 Tango.
So
Here with Central. Can you send us a 277 call?
Copy.
side of the street. So I got, by the way, yesterday I got the Durango with the radiator damage back. So we're driving Durango number 1. Well, I don't know if it's 1, but the newest right now.
Have a transport vehicle and CNS 2146.
And seems to be handling
clear stuff over the CAD of Easton County.
Only thing wrong is that it has this brown sugar smell to it, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. That semi-sweet smell of antifreeze in your car. Of course, a lot of it got caught in the air filter blowing into the car. So I don't know that any air freshener is going to fix that. Just took a new car and turned it into an old car. So far, I drove it yesterday just to make sure there's no leaks. Radiator hose blew. That's all it really was. But getting parts today isn't that easy. So it took a little longer to get a radiator hose. Capital, and then we are going to pick up Rev Spence. And a lot of you were with us last Friday when we handed out gift cards. And I'll tell you what, backseaters, thank you. And well, I just want you to know it wasn't just that night. We went out the next night and handed out gift cards too. And we weren't live, but I took some of my family members with, and I gotta be honest with you, it was it's really hard when you think about, it was Christmas Eve, of course, how lucky we are and how we're sitting around with our families enjoying a ham or a turkey or whatever it might be, and exchanging gifts in the privacy of a nice home, regardless if it's your relatives, your own. And then after dinner, let's go drive around and talk to some of the homeless. And there's a young woman named Evelyn that we came across living on the steps behind the Ordway there. Young man under the bridge. I mean, these individual cases where people are struggling are almost more powerful than the group. Of course, we did go to several group locations and Dorothy Day and the Safe Space, but you can't help but be impacted by the failure of our government system to be able to handle some of the mental illness. And it isn't just, homelessness. It's complicated by the mental illness. Some drug addiction, but most is paired with some need for medication for depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. A lot of people, I mean, there's a ton of people out here suffering. And thankfully, it hasn't been that cold. And when it is cold, the Rev's out there with clothes. And I don't know, in the new year, we have to pledge ourselves to be better. Just be better. Make that a resolution that we don't forget. We're at the stop sign here at Park and University, which The stop sign appears to be unwilling to change. It seems like I just saw that train go by, and you saw the proposal for a $2 billion streetcar track from downtown St. Paul out to the airport. And I'm not an expert. I'll defer to the experts on that. But it seems like if we can spend $2 billion for a streetcar track, we ought to be able to come up with a long-term functional system to take care of the mentally ill that are homeless. Does that seem like too much? Every time we go live, you know, the criminal activity just kind of drops off. They wait for us to go home. Last night we ended up chasing a car at 2:30.
2365.
They knew we were there. I'm just going to give you a little peek at our Capitol for those who haven't seen it for a while.
2 to 1
And I don't know that we're going to do New Year's here, but it's always a possibility. I have another idea for where we might do New Year's, but
I can take that one.
beautiful capital of Minnesota.
Copy. Copy.
Let's go get the Rev. Let's go pick up the Rev. I'm guessing he'll be in our front lot.
Can you find me a case number for found property at the scene?
Received.
So if we did do New Year's Eve, and we were to stop somewhere to celebrate,
We're in Georgia space. We'll be on scene.
where do you think it should be? Where do you think it should be? Put it in the comments. Let us know if there's some local celebrations, some places that you think would be a good spot to be. We would like to know. Because we are going to
2154.
celebrate somewhere. I'm not saying how long we'll be on live, but we're going to celebrate somewhere. It's a tradition, right, backseaters? It's a tradition. Just like Fiddler on the Roof. Tradition, tradition. I always remember that song because I know I never was going to be rich, but if I were a rich man. Yeah. But I'm rich in happiness and spirit, and I got the most amazing wife in America. Well, I got probably many more countries, but it's the most amazing wife a person could have. Very, very thankful for her as we hit the new year. By the way, just in case there is any confusion, my wife is probably the most generous person I know. So when I was joking about giving away money, I should have qualified and said my wife gives many, many more things away than I do. And, she just has probably better judgment than me. What the heck? Well, it's not on our side. Looks like he thought about going to that. Oh, he's just making a turn. There we go. Remember they had that up by the Trend bar? Not the Trend. I forget they had that giant fishing bobber. That was cool. That was a cool years. Our friend Gordy Jones was saying we should go back there, watch the big bobber drop. Not a bad idea, Gordy. Not a bad idea. You know, one of the most interesting New Year's celebrations was 2000, the year 2000, also known as Y2K, year 2000, when nobody knew for sure what was going to happen to our computer systems because they had not been programmed to handle a change in 1,000 years. So all of us in law enforcement, I was the sheriff then, and all of us in law enforcement prepared for the ensuing potential of riots. Actually, I think it was my theme song that year was Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my. But absolutely nothing happened because the IT people did their job and helped us get through the change in years. So, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny how we prepared. We ordered all Central Riot gear because people figured if the banks went out of business. Hey, Rev.
Hey,
How's it going?
wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Better now that you're here.
Are we live?
We are. We're live.
Hello.
So
Did I lock that door just now?
I was just reminded of Y2K and year 2000 when we thought all the computers were going to crash.
Right.
And the banking industry was going to go crazy. Right?
We did think that.
And, of course, nothing actually happened.
Nothing.
I'm sure there was a lot of work behind the scenes. So, good to see you.
Good to be seen.
Did you bring any offerings of food?
No. You didn't say you were hungry.
Liquid? No?
Liquid?
What do I got here? Oh, I got a warm Mountain Dew from yesterday. That sounds exciting. That's the thing about Pat. He always brings 2 cold Mountain Dews. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. He should have told me that. I'm gonna have to have a talk with him.
Yeah. He's trying to fatten me up. Like Hansel and Gretel. So anyhow, we're trying to figure out if we celebrate New Year's Eve, where we're going to celebrate at.
I remember that
So
discussion last year.
do you have any good ideas?
What was your idea last year that you didn't do? I'm trying to remember.
Well, we might go up to the Best Western in White Bear. Remember the bear drop? The white bear drop?
Yeah.
The white bear drop. I talked to Bill Fassard up there at the Best Western up there. And he's going to drop the bear at 8 o'clock for the kids. And again at midnight for everybody else. The bear is on a pole.
Mm-hmm.
He comes down the pole at midnight. That's the only other real drop I know besides that big bobber that we had over there. Remember the big bobber?
Yeah,
at
that
the
was pretty
university?
good.
We have our own ball if we want to bring it out, but we like to switch it up a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, New York does the same thing every year, and they're pretty successful. Reputation may be good.
That is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny. Consistency, right?
Yeah, consistent.
Well, the thing is, Anderson Cooper's not available for me,
Oh,
so he can't make it. So I'm working on another special guest to be here. Remember last year we had Anderson Cooper?
right.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. You're right about tradition. But I also like to celebrate different parts of town. So if you got a New Year's celebration that you're celebrating, you got to let me know. You got to let us know. Send us a message. Put it in the comments right now. Right now, we're on the, what do they call that network that sells stuff? QV something?
QVC.
You're on the QVC network. Put right now, limited time offer. And we got all the radios on, folks. I tell you, as soon as you hit the bewitching hour of 9/11, we are looking for a young man, though, one of our busiest auto thieves, that cut his home monitor off. We have this happening all the time. He cut his monitor off. We're going to go drive by his neighborhood. We won't mention his name, but we just can't get this kid to stop stealing cars. And not just cars, doing other illegal activities besides fleeing the police. If we catch you tonight, young man, you're going to be spending a long weekend in
Yeah,
jail.
it's a long weekend.
Long weekend. So, you know, our preference would be some of these young people be just kept in custody and receive some treatment or adequate services. That's why we went to the legislature a year and a half ago and got the money for those intensive treatment homes. Now it's the job of Ramsey County Corrections and Human Services to get those houses purchased, built, constructed for 35 kids like this one to stay there and get treatment for mental health and chemical addiction. It's far better to get them help before they turn 18, right, Rev? I mean,
Yeah, I totally agree.
So 10:03 on the 29th of December. Boy, did you see our two correctional officers? We posted the video. If you haven't seen the video, it's the last post before Live on Patrol that helped out a state trooper that was in a fight.
Yes.
Some amazing work. Just some amazing work. And if you haven't seen the video from the highway cameras where they rushed over, they were over there doing a recruiting event in Minneapolis. Shannon Williams is kind of our lead recruiter and just an amazing correctional officer as well.
180.
And she's over there doing some.
I thought I read 1305 uni for my call. I might have been wrong, but I'm in 1309. Caller flagged me down.
Copy. The original address was 1305.
So they see her and her partner. They see a trooper wrestling. So they jump out of their car and they run over there. And if you haven't watched the video from the highway cameras, do it. You don't have to do it right now, but afterwards. So it's on the Sheriff's Department Facebook post, and of course we shared it as well.
Yeah, Shannon and they did a wonderful job. I saw it this afternoon, the video.
Yeah, I mean it's
GOA, can you put me on 180 call?
Yeah, congratulations and thank you to Shannon Williams and Gracia Almedo. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, but I'm gonna go with that. Gracia Almedo. Well, they both jumped right into action. I'm sure the State Patrol will be sending over a letter of commendation as well.
Start to O'Reilly's. Case number is going to be.
You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's around the corner.
You never know.
So how's your week been, Rev?
It's been wonderful, wonderful. We just keep going. Today somebody delivered fresh made chocolate chip cookies to the training to say thank you to the training annex, one of the backseaters. And you know, it's just nice to get to the point where you know you've been appreciated from the community, from the backseaters. We've done what we had set out to do. We serviced more families this year than we have in the past. And our little system worked so well when me, Andre, and Star Wars, and John Scheller, we pulled it off.
Bravo 173 EOT.
All the way to Christmas Eve night, we were a real Santa Claus.
Did you hear that noise?
Yeah.
What is that noise? BB gun? It's in the backyard of that house.
Has an IV that was not taken out by the hospital prior to discharge.
Well, this house is actually being condemned here, which is good.
Driving complaint, southbound 35W from Black Dog. Described as a white Subaru hatchback.
Sometimes people's living conditions are so terrible that the children suffer. So, they had a bunch of kids dump a stolen car right over here on 5th Street earlier tonight.
Oh, wow. But what I was saying, we literally played Santa Claus. For real this time. 11:30, the kids went to bed with nothing under the tree.
Sad.
When they woke up, they had stuff under the tree. Way to go, backseaters. My phone rang at about 11:15, and they said a backseater referred them to me.
Okay.
So I asked 5 kids from 16 to 2 with nothing under the tree. Grandma called.
Yep.
I said, Grandma, meet me at the annex.
Really?
Gave her the address. We were there at 11:30. I had John Scheller right there on the phone with me, talking me through. We were able to send her home with 2 bags of
Presents. That's amazing.
which really made our day.
What's going on there, handsome Joe? Fabio Joe? Good? Yeah, well, you guys, last night was busy, and today it's now that we're live, though, they know. You weren't working today when they went to Woodbury, were you? That was quite the deal, huh? Yeah.
Bravo 586.
We appreciate you, Joe. We don't gotta win them all every time,
Bravo 14 EOT.
I know exactly. Here's what I say about this, though. We never really lose. It's like playing blackjack, okay? If they get away, it's a push.
Bravo
Okay?
244 EOT.
And if you know what a push is, we keep our money, right?
Happy having
Because
a
we're
nice
going to get them the next hand. We just have to make sure we got the best cards available to make that apprehension. So that's all we can do.
That's it. Be ready for the next
Actually, my
time.
wife's been teaching me how to play blackjack. Did I mention that? Yeah, for backseaters. I now know how to play blackjack. I mean, it's not that I didn't know how to play, but my wife has taught me how to play smart. Well, yeah, those are given when to double down. What's the other one? When to split, right? When to split. and
When to double down and
when to split. And
I'll get out of this.
no, stay right here. He's turning. When to double down or when to split. And then the other thing about blackjack is, well, if you can count cards, you know.
Yeah, I ain't that smart.
No, I know. But well, you and I both went to North St. Paul, right? So I mean, the key is to count the face cards, count the little ones and the middle ones. But I think the best I'll ever do is just count the face cards to know where there's a lot of them left or not.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I'll let you go. We'll catch up later. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Copy. Have a good night.
Anyhow, see, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, I mean, everybody knows how to play blackjack, but if you really want to actually be successful,
Right. You gotta know how to count
you got to use the math.
Really.
You got to use the math to your advantage. It's all a game of probability. Well, let me say this. You lose money a lot slower at blackjack than you do at those poker games or the slot machines.
Right.
Right? I'm not a big gambler, but I like learning new things. It doesn't matter what they are. If someone can teach me something new, I'm going to dive into it and learn it. You know, so there you have it. At my age, my wife's still teaching me new things. Right?
That's right.
She's still teaching me how to clean the house a little better.
31, that case number is going to be 34518.
You know, you ever just think about how lucky we are to have a car? You know, I
Yeah.
was talking about how lucky we are when you run into these homeless persons that we ran into last week, but just to have a vehicle today. So let's look back. Let's look back on 2023. What are your memories there, Rev? Besides,
Wow, that's not
we gotta
very-
look back. Well, I mean, flashback. Of course, the training annex and everything you guys
Yeah.
did there, but you know,
We had State Fair again.
State
Went-
Fair?
went
Oh.
much better than the previous years. We survived.
State Fair, very important. It was a great State Fair. A couple days we had records.
Yeah. We had a great team.
5183, checking status.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's call Pat.
And see what we got all kind of memories.
Well, I mean that too, but I might just send it to him for a little bit. Pat's got his own camera in his car. Let's call him and see how he's doing.
5182, checking status.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patrick J. Scott,
262 Tango.
do you want us to send it to you for a little bit, or are you in the middle of an important caper?
There's nothing going on, so I'll just start cruising east of here.
Okay, so you're okay if I send it to you?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're gonna do that then, and then Rev and I are gonna come across the stolen.
Sounds like a plan to me.
We might go back downtown and check on a few things downtown, but I'm sending it over to you, lickety split and backseaters. I'm assuming your camera's working.
I've got it up and running.
So backseaters, I'm sending you over to Patrick J. Hey, Pat, before we go, anything on note you want to mention to Rev?
I love the guy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Does amazing things for the community.
Yeah.
thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man.
Got a good heart. All right, we'll take it for 45 or so, and then we got a couple other people with cameras out there tonight. Maybe we'll send it over there too.
Sounds good. Well, folks, we are eastbound on Maryland at Arcade. Hasn't been as you've been listening to the radio with the sheriff, there's not a whole lot going on tonight. But there was definitely a busy week and a busy afternoon. I generally, on Fridays, I'm generally off in the daytime because I have this coming up tonight. But for some reason, just about every Friday lately has been incredibly busy for the CAT team. Today was absolutely no exception. I'm sure the sheriff told you about Deputy Joe Kills and the rest of the CAT team's pursuit out into Woodbury. So, with an insanely reckless driver who no longer owns his car. It's being seized by the sheriff's office. Trying to catch up to this truck up in front of us here. We are looking for a similar truck. Long bed white pickup truck.
Copy 7-4 traffic.
Eastbound Maryland coming up on Johnson. I haven't been able to tell whether it's the company
Johnson
one we're looking for or not yet.
Kilo Alpha X-ray 383.
Can I be on a couple blocks behind you?
He is south on Johnson here. I don't think it's going to be the one, so don't break your necks. Somebody will run this plate though. Lincoln X-ray Bravo 195. It's barely able to be read.
Those back clear. Just waiting for the vehicle info. Lincoln X-ray Bravo 195 comes back, not on file.
Okay, I'm going to catch up to you and make sure I got the plate right. It's a very beat up plate.
Maryland at 2318.
4492 traffic.
92, go ahead.
Okay, my bad. Lincoln King Bravo 195.
Parker, White Bear on traffic.
Heavy. Hang on.
2220.
Eastern Bush.
Clear to an old free Chevy Silverado 600 block of rating.
Copy, thank you.
It's Tennessee, Queen, Boy, 36, King, David, 8.
Copy.
37444.
Copy. Code 4, 2221.
4429 about 372 left.
Last call, go again.
372 left.
Copy. 2221.
See if this guy's playing possum with me, just pretending to live there.
4425, clear squad report.
Copy.
Can you give me my call time, please?
Call time is 2058. Copy. Code 4, 2221. Last call, go again. Copy. 2221. Information for White Bear Cars. County's en route to a property damage accident at 3rd and Portland. It was transferred over to us from Washington County. Our caller drove past a vehicle that appeared to be crashed and saw a male stumble out of the vehicle and start walking away.
All right, we're back on patrol here, northbound on Johnson Parkway at 7th
I believe
Street.
an elderly white male. Info at 2223.
Up here on the left, if you've never been here, you need to stop in. It's the Hmong Village Shopping Center. There's a number of stores in there with different crafts and retail items, food stands, some amazing food in there. One of the stands has something they call crazy steak that is has some delicious Hmong spices and sauce that it's in that is just fantastic. It's thin little slivers of meat sliced up. Really, really good stuff.
Investigate 46 Johnson. Speedway. They'll call for Mike Kilo 854. Looks like the driver slipped over.
They're out with a car at the Speedway we just went by with a slumper in a vehicle, which this time...
Start to 369 at the Speedway on Johnson Parkway and 7th Street.
We are going to head down there.
36 Waller en route.
Copy, 2225.
37 Final 23. 8197 traffic.
97, go ahead.
694. Lexington, Mary Sam.
Oftentimes, drivers slumped over this time of night as because of drugs, sometimes a drug overdose. And surprisingly, lots of times in stolen cars. And when they're startled awake, they'll often try and flee. So we're going to swing down here and assist St. Paul.
Bravo 061. 2161. 2161. 6 copy of plate. It's 273 X-ray Romeo uniform. Still occupied in the crash after a while ago.
Okay, if I get him from the front?
Copy 2361. I'll show you, sir.
Yeah, I'll be out northbound 61. Wrong way there. King Tom John 83.
Wrong way driver 61 and County Road E.
1 at 215 Old 6th Street, unit 548. For a PIC, is mail is.
I'm out here with a slumper at the Speedway
303.
in Johnson.
369, the male has a gun in his lap.
Copy, male has a gun in his lap.
Definitely slumped over.
And is slumped over, calling at 10-3. 846 Johnson Parkway at the Speedway. Male in the vehicle has a gun in his lap.
Okay, this guy has a gun in his lap.
Sergeant, a copy.
Do you have a copy?
2228.
No, he's got a gun.
Upper 38th Street North. Copy, 2228.
2363, I'm out with 2361.
On a suspicious caller advised that a package was stolen off his house. It's already reported online, but doesn't have a case number, and now sees a male near the intersection. And the suspect is parked in a U-Haul. Caller's waiting in a white Ford Explorer.
What's the date received?
2220. And slumped over, calling at 10-3. 846 Johnson.
7180 en route.
At the Speedway.
They've got my stop sticks under the rear tire. All right. All right. We got to.
2228. Copy, 2228. Maybe.
61. 160 go in place of 180.
Copy, 161-180 Marshland, Avon, on a suspicious caller advised that a package was stolen off his house. Has already reported it online, but doesn't have a case number, and now sees a male near the intersection. The suspect is parked in a U-Haul. Caller's waiting in a white Ford Explorer.
65 copy. What's the date received?
2229.
here. We don't need any more. But I don't want to videotape the guy shooting himself.
Nope, I hear you.
Just go in the corner of the lot over there and just broadcast from a distance. Take her off mute.
Yep, sounds good. I'm off mute.
All right, bye. All right, bye.
369.
Hey everyone, we are we're at Speedway over in the east. Officers were called on a slumper call.
164.
Officers arrived on scene, found a male slumped over in the seat. And when officers approached, they saw a firearm in his lap. We have plenty of officers here on scene, and they are attempting to make contact with the subject.
Trooper 8 to the K9 team. Good. Just on the north corner of that yard, where the fence comes.
So once again, we are over on the east side of St. Paul. Officers were called on a suspicious vehicle in the parking lot. Male possibly slumped over, passed out behind the wheel. First squad's on scene, approached the vehicle, found a male that looks like he's possibly passed out, and officers observed a firearm in the lap of the male. We have quite a few St. Paul officers and Ramsey County deputies out here, and they are formulating a plan to make contact with the male. First of all, paramount is safety to others, safety to the male inside the car, and then safety to law enforcement on scene.
Can you show me out a dog's address? And I'll be over with him.
316.
Copy. 2235.
Copy. 2233.
Key, medic stage. Bravo 519, I'm EMT. Have a good night.
You too. 2233.
So officers on scene are requesting medics. More of a precautionary. Don't know if the male is having a medical episode. If there is maybe alcohol or narcotics on scene.
Sheriff Martin, do they know my role here? So that move to any normal squad.
Copy. 2160.
Well, 6 I copy.
That's 2236.
Edmund Hill, using 41 North Robert.
Yep.
2-5, copy.
2230.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say too much. I'm just going to let the
369
video play out.
667 Metro.
Copy, staging medics, 2235.
Once again, we're at a gas station on the east side of St. Paul. Officers were called on a suspicious vehicle with a person slumped over inside a motor vehicle. First officers arrived on scene, approached the car,
At the light, possibly a...
found an adult male behind the wheel of the car with a firearm in his lap.
Five three seven.
Assisted. Yeah, you can put downtown lead around there in detail. He's just 414
667. UTL on camera.
Copy.
Appears that squads are trying to kind of put a barrier around the vehicle. Oftentimes when we approach and try and make contact with a individual that's passed out behind the wheel, they will wake up and be startled, and oftentimes will put the vehicle into drive. Sometimes we'll find someone passed out behind the wheel and the vehicle will be in drive already. They'll just have their foot on the brake. When we make contact, sometimes they will press the accelerator and take off. We just want to make sure that the male is safe and that the public is safe is our two main priorities here.
Body cam's on, everybody. Body cam's on.
Anyone, 5365. Either one karaoke David Unit 104 assist citizen caller requesting assistance to gather his belongings for the TC caller is on PIC and is rambling. Roommate is Andrew Carlson, white male, 36-year-old, 5'9", average build, wearing an orange sweater.
So right now they're making some announcements on the PA system.
361.
So right now they're making some announcements on the PA system. And they also chirp the siren to try and wake the male.
306.
Again, they're making public announcements over their PA system. They are chirping the siren to try and wake up the male.
When does this vehicle come back to?
361. Didn't come in most of the time, but it's now responding.
Copy, male, still not responding.
378.
Spot 306.
Can we have you guys step back? Thank you.
Copy, 2240.
Obviously, it's an active scene. We don't need any bystanders coming into the area, trying to observe. It's not that we're trying to do anything sneaky or that. We just need to keep everyone safe from anything that could happen.
667, are you east or west? Disconnected with the caller Victor South Corner, east or west, continuing towards Weaver on SUV. Signal on low rate of speed. Please. Do you want to try and fix the camera?
Appears maybe some officers are inside the store. I would assume they're trying to look at video footage, possibly of when the car arrived on scene, what the male was seen doing, anything that would help officers
378. Vehicle comes back registered to
trying to
Michael
figure out what's going
Bobby.
on at the scene.
Per his ID, he is a 6 foot 365 pound male, brown eyes.
Heavy.
We have our St. Paul has their K9 unit out here. Looks like we have multiple on-duty SWAT officers are here on scene. They have multiple less lethal options, which would include the 40 millimeter and also a pepper ball unit. They do have shields to protect the officers.
Squad 281.
281.
We got an update on your call that when you left, the parties from apartment 2 were banging on her door, making threats to her. And in the past, Tammy has had a knife.
Copy.
2244.
Officers arrived on scene, found the vehicle. As they approached the vehicle, they found an adult male in the driver's seat, slumped over, meaning not responding to officers. And officers also discovered a firearm on the male's lap. Officers have tried several times now to wake the male, get the male's attention using voice command, sirens, and no response from the male yet. Again, our main priority is the safety of the public. Definitely the male inside the vehicle. And officers on scene. In situations like this, there's no reason to rush anything. The male in the vehicle is going to be directly ahead. Several officers have kind of blocked in the stopped car. Like I said previously, sometimes when we approach people passed out for various reasons, whether they be tired, possibly on narcotics, under the influence of alcohol, when they are woken up, they are startled, and oftentimes, unbeknownst to them, they will place the car in drive and accelerate, or the car may already be in drive, and they will take their foot off the brake and hit the acceleration and launch the car forward. So to prevent any injuries to anyone, they have placed several squad cars front, behind, and to the side of the car.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for your name.
Officers have yet to make contact with the male. The male is still inside of the vehicle.
From the 20,
Last information is that the male did have a firearm in his lap. We had no reports of any shots fired in the area, and the gas station is open. Did not report any shots fired as well.
GLA.
No history with the phone number or the original address. You're welcome. En route now. Like the video.
Under Sheriff Mike Martin is on scene, directly ahead of us.
164.
Sheriff Fletcher,
164.
also on scene.
Good, this is GLA with 128.
128.
St. Paul Police are on scene. They have multiple canine units also on scene. They're using ballistic shields currently right now to approach the vehicle.
Brian, he goes to the FLETCHER. There's no one over there. Maybe you want to get in. Easy goes through the front spot.
Five 11 on channel 2.
He goes up the store.
511 on 2.
Are you able to break from your PPV to assist 506 on a narcotics complaint?
511 at that. Advised front.
Thank you. 2252.
So we are a distance away from the vehicle. I did observe a team of officers approach the vehicle. I don't know what they saw, but those officers technically retreated and are having further discussions. I don't know if they saw the movement of the male.
224 clear.
Copy. Thank you.
This has been going on for about 20 minutes now. We're on the east side of St. Paul. Officers were sent to a gas station on a suspicious vehicle.
To be clear, we have enough help here to handle business.
Officers arrived on scene, approached the vehicle, observed an adult male slumped over in the driver's seat. The male did have a firearm in his lap. Officers have basically closed down the gas station location for the safety of the public and the surrounding areas.
113 traffic.
They do have medics staged in the area. And after contact with the male, they will further address the situation.
Summit of Victoria, 2253.
Squad 306.
306.
You can clear the air. We have enough help here to handle business, I believe.
Copy. Canceling at 10-3, 2254.
So the male is kind of parked along the fence line, not in a parking spot, which was unusual for someone coming into the business. It's kind of parked in a weird position against the fence line. Is not parked at the gas pumps and is not parked in a parking spot at the gas station. Yes, for anyone to make contact, they observed a firearm on the male's lap. At that time, they called for additional officers to assist on the scene. There's a large presence of law enforcement here. St. Paul Police and Ramsey County Sheriff's Office is on scene.
Just check with the cops, see if anybody got threatened or just walking on the scene.
Yeah, not to give the exact location, we are over on the east side of St. Paul. Again, they're using the PA system to attempt to get the male's attention. We would like the male, if he's able to exit the car,
Customer showed security at a
obviously without the firearm in his hands, so we can give him any medical or mental health evaluation that he needs and further assess
and responsive to the weapon, suspect
situation
got
at
into a
hand.
vehicle and left. We'll try to figure out what kind.
Again, the main priority is safety of the public
Copy.
and safety of the individual in the car.
Copy 511, clear.
And then thirdly, safety of officers on scene.
557. About 216.
They told me they weren't aware of anything for 94 and money.
If you can assist Eastville, tied up 1447 East 7th Street, unit number 11. There's an argument going on in the house. Threats were being made where a new
St.
caller
Paul
named
K9 is on
Scott is
scene.
saying that a female is threatening to stab
We
him.
have multiple less lethal options on scene,
2258.
which would include a taser, a pepper ball, a gun, a 40,
8187.
George Harry call 435.
Copy 694 and 956.
But hold on. This weather's fine. It's just one chicken area.
Back 26.7 Stillwater Road, Unit 2, great disturbance for a dog barking for hours in the apartment.
And it appears officers on scene may have breached one of the windows to the vehicle. Opening up a window is able for us to get a effective communication to the male, and then gives us a platform if they choose to possibly put pepper ball into the vehicle in an attempt to get a response from the male.
Copy.
Can you bring him here ASAP? To the sheriff and I.
Public storage.
The vehicle blocking.
Pat's count was just on the air asking for Deputy Sparks to respond to the scene. Deputy Sparks has a unique
area right now. Just check the area for party.
product called Shatterball. It's a very small metal piece that you can throw it lightly against a window and a window will shatter, which will not harm anyone inside. And once again, St. Paul Police are on scene. This is their scene. This was their call. Adams County showed up, and we are just providing additional support to the area. St. Paul Police is in command and making their decisions.
213. Copy.
I'll be around 2115 South Ave Police in North St. Paul.
So again, we're on the east side of St. Paul. St. Paul Police responded to a gas station where they found a motor vehicle parked in a non-parking spot along the fence and the gas station parking lot.
506.
Not at the gas pumps, not in a parking spot.
Right to Van Hotel, uniform Echo 707.
As they approached the motor vehicle, they found an adult male in driver's seat, slumped over unresponsive. As they looked at the vehicle and at the male, they found a firearm on the male's lap. At that time, they called for additional officers to respond, give assistance, and they've been on scene for about 30 minutes now.
He's right in front of the brewery right now. Yeah, the two individuals, one with the white shoes is the driver.
213, I copy. You took the noise complaint for loud karaoke. Do you need a backup singer? I mean a second car. That's fine. Okay, for your report.
Repeat.
What side are you on?
Right by the front door.
So again, St. Paul Police are using their PA system, their sirens, in an attempt to get a response from the adult male behind the driver's seat with a firearm in his
168.
lap.
I'm sure you're working on it, but if we can get a description of this party.
Copy, we'll find out from state.
168. Crime's going to be fleeing from the scene of a crash.
Copy.
Thank you.
Houston, one copy. 263, one copy.
168, it's going to be two parties, all black clothing, drivers wearing white shoes, and they're currently in the parking lot of the public storage building.
Copy. Can you let us know what kind of crime we have here?
That's right.
Copy, we'll find out from the state.
120.
120.
Yes, officers did not report any obvious signs of injury to the male when they first attempted contact with the male. They did observe a firearm on the male's lap, but did not see or report any obvious injury to the male.
Identical brown jackets with backpacks. They went towards.
Did you have medics staged?
Around Emerald and Franklin.
A similar call this morning around 0600 for two parties wearing brown jackets that fled a crash at 280 in the public storage at 2306. 168, crime's going to be fleeing from the scene of a crash.
Got it.
2306.
Here's one copy. 263 Tango copies.
2306.
281, can I get a case number?
Two 36967.
Copy, thanks.
You're welcome, 2307.
What's it take? Am I correct in thinking that these suspects are in
210, can you go to 4?
public storage?
210 to 4.
I believe so. I think that's the only one in that general area.
Copy is stays in the area and then hides them? Sorry, I'm supposed to be 23 here. I'm just trying to figure out over here. But
There's a public storage, 2560 Wabash.
Copy, public storage, 2560 Wabash. It does look on the, like, on the camera that stays south of the vehicle right now.
add that address.
Okay, just a quick update for anyone joining us. We're on the east side of St. Paul. Officers responded to a gas station. Saw a suspicious vehicle in the parking lot. Not parked at the gas pumps. Not parked in a parking spot. They approached the vehicle, check on the driver. The male was slumped over, which could mean multiple
Am I correct in thinking that
things that occurred:
suspects are in the
narcotics,
public storage?
medical condition, alcohol,
I believe so.
lack
I
of
think
sleep.
that's the only one in that general area.
Copy is stays in the area and has eyes on them? Sorry, I'm supposed to be 23.
And as they
here. I'm just
approached,
trying to figure out
they found a firearm in the male's lap.
2516 Wabash.
Copy, public storage, 2516 Wabash. And it does look on the, like on the camera that states
Okay, it looks like they are making contact with male. They were able to reach into.
add that address. I want to hear copy. That'd be great.
Copy, 2309.
They were able to reach in the vehicle and remove the firearm from the male's lap.
Can you bring them up?
They're now asking for medics to come up to the scene.
One, two, three, 121.
What's what? 123.
767 Eustis Street, accident with injuries. State's requesting assistance.
Can't come in here.
Conscious of breathing, hand injury.
No.
Disregard. They're requesting medics only.
121 copy. No PD received.
Copy.
123 disregarded.
510.
So it appears the male is
216.
not injured.
Detroit Water compact.
St. Paul Police Department are walking him to the medic rig for an evaluation.
Copy. Medics are staged. Do you still need them?
We are going to clear the scene.
Copy. 2311.
I believe the sheriff might be taking live on patrol back over. I just want to wish everyone here a safe and happy New Year.
Copy. State's code 4 as well. 2311.
And I will talk and see you guys again soon. Take care.
I'll start for the alarm.
Copy. 217. 169 Jenks is covering cafeteria motion.
There you go.
We're trying to get out of the parking lot. I think we can get out of here.
188 traffic.
Patience is the key. So Sergeant Jesse Zilgi just slowed it all down, took their time. How you doing? Obviously, we didn't want to be too close there in case something went wrong. We didn't really like, in case someone shoots themselves or gets shot. I don't really like to have that on if we don't have to. If it happens, it happens. But it played out fine. You saw you might have got a quick shot of him there in front of that ambulance there at the end, but he was walking around. He must have been in a really good sleep. He must sleep harder than I do.
Yeah, he was sleep good.
Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. He tried everything to wake that guy up. You know what they should have done? They should have put on some really bad music on the radio. That would wake me up. I mean, some bad rap or something for me.
Yeah.
Either if they would have turned on the replay of the Pittsburgh game, you would have woke up. Right?
Well, Ohio State was getting beat tonight. Oh, what an ugly game.
236-975.
But they've messed up sports so much, college sports. They all go into the transfer portal.
Yeah, I know. It's college sports at that level is professional sports.
Right.
Let's face it. You know.
188, go for it.
And I'm not necessarily opposed to that, you know.
210.
Can I get my keys over here, please?
But great job by Darren McDonald narrating that. We took the camera off of Pat and us. Pat and Mike and I were closer, but we really didn't want that camera angle, so I asked Darren just to kind of be in the corner of the lot there.
Wait, you can clear this unadvised.
It's all good.
Hey, what happened with the stolen? Did you hear it? You probably didn't hear it.
What?
something was going on up on 280.
Yeah, it was a state trooper call, right?
23 in the block.
So there you have it. Those situations, you just don't have all the facts when you're there. You got a guy slumped over in an unusual spot with a gun in his lap. Is he suicidal? Is he trying to sleep? It's not a normal place to fall asleep, but if you were falling asleep, if you want to have a gun to protect yourself, I don't know. I don't think you'd have a gun in your lap when you're sleeping.
We should go back and give him ourselves, me and McDonald's call.
319, I copy you. Took a disturbance call for 1049 Bradley Street.
I think you should send him a bill for all the services.
No, I meant the guy standing in
We don't have many cards. You know where we're going to go, though? We're going to go to Rice and Charles. See if our football players are out there.
Oh, yeah.
So were those the cutest little guys or what?
Yeah, that was. And girls.
Yeah. Cutest little guys that we've ever seen. So there you have it.
Cherokee in Ohio. I'll give you a plate here in a second. 206 on that with 2 individuals. They're going to be working here, so start working right now.
It's going to be a busy night, busy weekend. Going to send you over to Nicole in a little bit. Under Sheriff Mike Martin, too. I don't think he was on Monday. It was a holiday.
Where's that from Auto 199 East Arlington for a catalytic converter theft? Black Navigator was looking at his vehicle and attempting to steal the converter.
319, I copy you. Took a disturbance call for 1049 Bradley Street. A motorcycle noise is coming from the
I thought that crime had slowed down.
Catalytic? Yeah, it is. Oh, last night here. Right here where we're at. Right here where we're at. Forrest and Fabio Joe, Odegaard, and Brian Micheletti, they stopped a car. Had a cops alert on it for someone that was wanted out of Maplewood. So they, right here, they arrest the driver. As they're patting the driver down, he's got a gun on him, okay? So they quickly disarm him, put the gun on top, and get him in the car. Well, now they're worried about, is there another gun in the car? What about the passenger? So they have the right to pat the passenger down for their own safety. And as they attempt to pat the passenger down, guess what?
What?
He resists. And he's got a black bag over his strap that he's carrying. Okay? So picture this. So now he's fighting with them and he runs. He runs like, let's say, 30 feet. They tase him. They tackle him and they're wrestling with him to get his hands behind his back. And they take the bag away from him. All right? There's a gun in the bag with an extended 14-round magazine. But here's the kicker. I was there with them when they pulled the gun out of the bag. The gun is cocked.
Oh, my goodness.
So, and there's one in the chamber. So you're wrestling around with the guy that's fleeing, and when his bag, all it takes is a little bit of trigger pressure.
And all of them rounds would come
Well,
out.
not all of them. It wasn't an automatic weapon, but the one would come out, and when that one comes out, whoever's in the line of that round is gonna buy it.
Yeah.
You just think, you think if Alex Baldwin had a light trigger pressure on his that fired, a cocked gun like that is one of the most dangerous things there is, especially when a wrestling match. Friggin' miracle. I mean, that was very, very lucky that that gun didn't go off.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Very lucky. Even, this is why you got to handle things so carefully. Even if the police officers were handling it after he was cuffed, you grab the bag in the wrong way and all of a sudden, bam. So both those guys went to jail for possession of a handgun by felons. Not good. Arlington.
Information for squads. There's a shots fired call 155 Arlington Avenue East. 2 shots fired behind the house with a 1-minute time delay, possibly related to IC 511 for 199 Arlington Avenue East. Theft from auto. Calls earlier about a black Navigator. Vehicle's now back and dropped the phone and ran outside.
Well, we better go up there.
2322.
Black Navigator was stolen, 155 Arlington Avenue East. So that's over there by McDonough.
319 is Central looking for assistance on that.
We're gonna go a little quicker over there.
No, information only.
They're not sending a car. But they said the car came back, didn't they, Rev?
Yeah.
So next stop sign is going to be Arlington. We're going to be in the 300, 400 block, but we're going to head east from here, looking for a Lincoln Navigator. And the most was stolen earlier. The cop said it came back, and then there's a shots fired. So we're at 340 East. I don't know if we got the plate. I'm going to have you look at the...
318, I copy. You took the drunk person call for Archie.
Is that a Lincoln Navigator there?
Communicating that his girlfriend has
That is
his
like a
car keys,
Lincoln.
walking
I
around
did,
on
didn't it?
foot.
Well,
There's
let's
watch
just
back.
see what we got here.
Copy,
They're going to the
2323.
call. We're gonna check this one out.
That is a
Ford?
319.
I don't know what that is.
319.
Got a bunch of people out here waiting.
Kia.
Down here, Kia.
Kia?
Kia.
Probably put it on.
Copy, 2324.
Hi! Okay, we're letting that one go. That's a Kia, and it doesn't look like our suspects. But can you look up the call there?
What did you do to phone?
Yeah, there it is. I'm not driving. There you go. You know the code.
I forgot it.
Okay.
264.
Might take a while for it to load, you know, because
The
they're...
theft from auto complainant is saying that he did not hear any gunshots nearby.
Did not hear any gunshots. Why did we get that call then?
224 will be able 264.
Copy.
511, I'll swing 5199 Arlington.
Copy.
Flying on a bicycle.
There you go. Is that on the freeway?
Yeah. It just says public housing. Behind the house, 1 minute delay. Nothing else seen or heard.
Does it say the car came back or not? In the notes or?
Nope.
Everyone else is coming around at 10.
But I don't think you're on the right one.
Well, that's
318, seen on the Arlington can cancel.
But there was an earlier call. That's the thing, it's an earlier call. When it was taken.
That's correct.
Copy at 2326.
Because I heard the call earlier when the car was taken. Let's see what we got here. Jeep. Hi.
Hello.
What's going on? I'm looking for the Lincoln. Backseater's up there.
Yeah, I guess they might go with the other one because there's really nothing on here. Just the address, shots fired.
Does it mention a stolen car in that one?
Nope.
221 to 263 Tango.
Last part, go again.
317, clear GOA, 309. You could put me out with 318.
Got anything right now?
2327.
Negative. Copy. Can I let this guy go back inside? Inside. 224. You can dupe the shots fired so that that from auto or comp on this call is reporting that he fired the 2 rounds.
The comp fired the 2 rounds to scare the guy away. There you have it. Did you catch that, Rev?
I heard that now.
So there was a theft from auto earlier. They thought the guy came back. He said, "You're not taking my stuff." Fired a few warning rounds, which technically could be a violation of reckless discharge of a firearm in the city, which in and of itself is a misdemeanor or gross, depending on the level of danger. Now, if he felt threatened by the guy that he was confronting, then that would be a defense. I always tell people, if you have a gun at home and somebody breaks into your house, you don't have to hit them. Just as soon as you pull that trigger, they're going to run like hell.
That's right.
56 Maryland Avenue East, 2329.
Go ahead.
6278, alarm 169, covering the 10.
79, I'm copying road.
2329. Copy.
307, we're code 4.
Yeah, charge it in.
Copy, code 4, 2329.
212?
I was just out at 169 Jenks. There is a cleaning crew there.
319.
Just heads up.
319.
79.
Just essential the description of the Black Navigator.
Urban 9 both squads, copy.
2230.
So the Black Navigator was stolen. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, stolen or something. I think it's either stolen or it came and stole stuff.
Just checked with Central. It sounds like that's all they have is that it's a Black Navigator.
Copy. I have one. So here, it's no plate. I'm trying to get something.
Here we go.
Copy, 2330.
Go ahead.
26278 on an alarm 169 Jenks. It's covering the staff entry almost.
286.
Where's
We
he at?
call it 255.
Where's he at? Where you at, buddy?
On the east side. Okay.
Where you at? Where you at? Somebody's on the east side because he's transmitting on the 3rd channel.
Copy, code 4, 2329.
460 Nevada. Echo November Mike 975.
Echo November Mike 975, 416 Nevada. We'll see if it flees.
Copy, 460 Nevada, 2331.
It's over near between Edgerton and Arkwright, just north of Wheelock there.
2230.
dropped his pants.
Like that's all they have.
Right?
Copy to Soto, Nevada.
After the guy fired the 2 rounds. What the?
616, I'll start the 319.
Copy 2330. Copy 2332.
We found 2 5.56 rounds all on the sidewalk.
Copy.
South on Rice Street from front. Beautiful night out here.
Yeah, it's the holiday weekend.
It's a happy holiday.
Copy 460 Nevada. 2331.
You ever go to Benihana?
Yes?
It's really good food, isn't it?
No.
You don't like it? You don't like that chicken with
I don't eat
and
chicken.
that special sauce?
I like the special sauce. It's just never enough.
Well, that fried rice, just get 2 bowls of fried rice. You can ask for an extra bowl of fried rice. That's got to take care of you.
Copy to Soto, Nevada. 2330.
I think I'm going to go to Benihana this weekend.
Copy 2332.
There's Osaka, too. That's not bad. But Benihana is kind of like an upscale version of the
You
Osaka.
think?
Yeah, I like Osaka, too. But, you know, Osaka's up in Roseville, Maple. Benihana, you got to go to Mall of America or Maple Grove.
Sure you want.
What's your favorite food?
Do we have a description of the party
Pork
trying to steal
What?
tires?
Pork chops.
Well, where do you get a good pork chop?
And my wife.
I know, but if you're going to go to a restaurant, where do you get one?
And this is called downtown Minneapolis. Help me, people. On Washington Avenue, they have a beautiful. I can see the building.
Checking for a spot on Arlington if there's a suspect description.
Well, sounds like they got something that might match.
506, do you want to grab a description from him quick?
So he stopped.
He did
Black Lincoln Navigator, Hispanic, possibly Hispanic male. Left eastbound Arlington. Do we have any clothing description?
No kids out tonight. No too cold. Oh, there they go.
Where?
Upstairs
4 on
window.
Nevada.
This is?
Somebody peeked out the window.
One had a gray sweater, 2 had darker clothing. Somebody tried to steal a car and then this guy shot at him. Or not steal a car, I'm sorry, steal something off the car, whether it be tires, a guy converter, and then he shot at him, warning shot, and then one other shot. Copy, who should I send a photo to?
Well,
Okay.
last time they were out at 12:30, but this time they're
Who
actually
can I send a photo to that's talking to the cop?
looks like they're in for
Yeah,
the night.
send it to me, 506.
Checking for a spot on Arlington if
Okay,
there's
my
a
number.
suspect description.
I'll get it from my computer.
Grab a description from him quick.
314, copy code 4263 Tango, go ahead.
Black Lincoln Navigator, Hispanic, possibly Hispanic male. Adult female to George. Courtesy ride. Do we have any clothing description?
202. 202. Can I have one of whoever has the most knowledge out there give me a call, please?
J.D. Hoyts, maybe that's what you meant. J.D. Hoyts?
That might be the name of it. Listen,
Okay, they got good pork chops?
Yes, sir.
Good for you, that's a good one.
506.
Thanks, Gordy.
Juju boy, I'll give you a call. Go ahead.
506, you can do that.
Phone number.
Fulton, that's another place, right?
Ooh, that's the where you can eat all the meat you want.
Yeah, you got pork chops there.
That 278.
Yeah, and lamb chops.
I've been there once.
We used
It's
to
a little
go
pricey,
out
right?
Well, for
But the longer you're there, there's
you park with it.
what was that? Something else happened yesterday. I was going to talk about crime-wise.
Man, our kids must be asleep tonight. Well, they're not asleep. They just saw them in the window.
Yeah.
Can I have one of the squads in Arlington? Whoever has the most knowledge out there, give me a call, please. 506.
Go ahead.
506, you can answer that.
Someone's calling me on my phone. 300. Do you wake up?
9278.
Give me a call.
Now, where are the stolens? Because we were at that gas station a long time, and all your friends were watching.
I'll take the CSC.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I think they stole a few, or they thought that was a ruse. That was fake news, so they went on.
286.
and then you
Call
showed,
Mike Martin.
you showed all four cameras.
Huh?
You showed all four cameras, so they knew it was real. Got you back.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Under Sheriff Martin. You want to take it for a while and greet the backseaters? Sure. We'll send it over to you.
Alright, sounds good.
You got a lot of radios going on there.
I know, I'm going to turn them off.
Okay, I'll send it over to you in 5 seconds.
Alright.
Thanks. Alright. We are going to send you over to Under Sheriff Mike Martin. Before we do, I'm just going to show you a little picture of the four up cameras, and you'll see the four up cameras, and then after that, we're going to go to Mike.
117, I'll take that.
The audio. I got a feeling the audio might stay with me, so turn that up and see. Still hear the audio. Let me go to
2-4.
I did sometimes, but let's see. Go up.
Yeah, we are.
Four up. Cameras, and you'll see the four up cameras, and then after that, we're going to go to Mike. We got a little bit of a problem with the audio, huh? Wow. Alright, we're going to Mike.
Frogtown. And cruising around. We are, it's been kind of relatively not too busy, but then it was earlier today, but then it kind of died off, and then we had the incident at the Speedway, which can't say enough about the excellent work that the St. Paul officers and supervisors did there to bring a successful and safe conclusion to what could have been a pretty tragic situation when someone's got a gun in their lap and they are possibly overdosed or passed out, and when they wake up, they often are startled, and it could be a really unsafe situation. So they did a great job of moving slowly and just increasing their presence and their tactics to the point where they were able to get control of the gentleman safely and get him the medical treatment that he needed, recover the gun that was there, and no one got injured. So can't say enough. Those type of incidents are extremely risky. So we are just passing Club Holiday and are gonna go northbound on Rice Street. We have been tracking
Andre just hit Pat's car to come back this way.
a couple different stolen vehicles that we are investigating, and I think it'll be a
He did not, you said? Or he...
Sorry, I have one of the squads on the traffic stop. I'm just not getting called.
Sorry about that. If stuff comes up on the radio, I want to quiet down so that you can hear what's going on. And sounds like it was a little bit of jibber jabber there, as Mr. T used to say. I pity the fool.
Cats with LTAC 1 for State Patrol assistance.
Oh, State Patrol's looking for
Irving from 42nd. And now back west.
State Patrol's in a chase over on the north side of Minneapolis. I'm going to let you listen to that as long as it continues.
Squad that just went by on 42nd, they're just behind you. Northbound in this alley.
Copy, northbound alley, west of James.
West of James and north of 42nd. Now going to be coming out to 43rd or 44th.
Can I have one of the squads on the traffic stop at this one?
Eastbound.
Eastbound 43rd.
432nd car.
430, copy.
On third car.
Copy.
Through on both. 961 will be behind you guys in a minute. Southbound Fremont, coming up to 42nd.
So I'm going to keep letting you listen to the chase on the north side of Minneapolis. Trooper, and it sounds like 2 or 3
Southbound Fremont through their 40th.
Minneapolis cars in the chase right now.
Coming up to Dowling. Through Dowling.
Copy, crossing Dowling.
Any luck on flight? We are now westbound on 37.
They have to get up from the ground.
Southbound Gerard.
Copy.
.430 for first car now. This one going southbound.
Second car.
Squad 5th Street, myself.
Eastbound on 35th. Check one of these alleys, north or south. They went southbound on the map.
Fremont is direct.
Like they're southbound in the alley still on 34th. Nope, they went eastbound on 34th from Lindale.
Eastbound 34th from Lindale.
424th, 34th, and Humboldt going westbound. We are now first car. Southbound James from 34th.
Copy.
Coming up to Lowry.
32nd car.
Copy. 1030.
Westbound Lowry.
Copy westbound.
So they're still chasing the car over on the north side.
Copy. Car cars around for the shot.
Leave you listening to it.
Copy. Have a good night. Other central cars for midnight EOT squad 271.
Westbound Lowry through Penn.
277. Any other cars for midnight EOT?
Copy.
Southbound Sheridan.
Southbound Sheridan from Lowry.
Have a good night. 2646.
Oh, 229.
Update. Continuing south. Crossing 26.
Copy. 20. Crossing 26 on Sheridan.
Westbound 24th.
Copy westbound.
They hit an alley here somewhere. Which squad though? Check northbound. We're checking south in the alley. Not seeing them. We lost them right now. They're going to be in one of these alleys. What alleys? Would have been Sheridan Thomas, I believe. Set up a perimeter. Last known location. Last known location was 24th, just south of 24th in the alley, Sheridan to Thomas. Let's get a 2-block perimeter dispatch if you can help on the map.
229.
460, we're at 24 in Sheridan.
Copy. Copy. 49.
318.
The cars on the 24th from West Broadway over to Vincent.
Copy.
430, we're at Upton and 23rd.
Copy. 410, 26, and 26.
The
Copy.
guys at the Lincoln.
281.
They're setting up a perimeter over there in Minneapolis.
420 to 26 for Sheridan.
In the Broadway, Sheridan area. And
I did. Was that the only thing taken, or?
Car west of Thomas on 24th.
No, it's not switching 3. Legal 506.
There's no mention of damage, just they were trying to get into things, and then they took the bike and left it.
so that's unrelated. Minneapolis will now try to set up a
And they were
perimeter.
crossing, heading across the target parking lot toward Highway 36, Cedarview Commons. The caller is also in a gray Toyota Corolla, should be heading towards you right now.
I don't have any cars on 24th Avenue.
460's at 24 in Sheridan.
So hopefully they can successfully locate the suspects there from that vehicle that fled. It'll help if the
60 to 24, the left of us over here.
State Patrol helicopter can get up in the area.
Black Kia, what model again?
Also then, like an Optima.
So I'm gonna go back to having the primary channel be where I am on the east side of St. Paul here. I'll let you know if there are any updates over there, but they have a perimeter
Not sure
set
yet.
up.
They hit an alley just west of Thomas at 24th.
They'll end up finding that car, and then they will do
There's nobody, and went south and there's nobody. So I'm guessing they ditched the car somewhere.
Okay. Make sure that you have a couple cars that are mobile.
they will do a canine track and try to locate the suspects, which they will.
We've got both Valley Robbinsdale cars in the area too.
I have a possible first name of Alerso, Adam Lincoln Edward Robert Sam Ocean Edward.
Copy. For the first name, Alerso.
319.
319.
Great check with Regents and nearby hospital. Do a lot of blood in the back of this navigator. Appears very fresh.
So you heard the call there that, or the officers state that the navigator they stopped has a lot of blood in the back of it that seems really fresh. Also,
I see it.
that navigator was involved in a theft from auto earlier where the complainant fired a couple rounds. So it's possible that one of the suspects may have been injured. So
soon we'll be able to break down the perimeter, but we'll check.
they are asking for
only physical description of one of the males was a bright teal hooded sweatshirt.
They are asking for the hospital to be notified that if anyone comes in that's injured, to let them know. So, I'm telling you, it's confusing trying to keep up on all this stuff.
Which alleyway again?
2400 block.
319.
Sheridan to Thomas.
319. Should we check with Regents and nearby hospitals? We want a lot of blood in the back of this navigator. Appears very fresh.
So I'm just was just looking over a call here in an area that I've been keeping an eye on, but it does not look like it's related to the stuff I've been working on.
105.
So we will go back out onto Maryland here and see what kind of business we can drum up. Or as I think the last time that I was out, we were talking about making soup, see who could make the best soup. So we'll see what we can do here. So tonight, one of the things that's really reassuring when you're out here, obviously our safety is our number one concern, and the safety first of the citizens, but
bright white LED headlights.
when we have
the victim and his cousin off at ER, and it was
Second channel 3 for speaking officer.
sorry there, I got cut off because a squad was reporting that a male had been dropped off at the hospital.
SUV with bright LED lights, dropping off the victim and cousin and leaving onto Hazelwood. 23.
361.
Huh.
229.
Just heads up, they're driving back to you.
So it sounds like
361.
We're almost done with this call here. Give us 5 minutes and we'll be en route from the region to assist on the traffic stop with 314.
314. Copy. 2357.
Sounds like maybe a victim had shown up at one of the hospitals, was dropped off.
Checking that area out.
That may have been from that earlier call, so we'll find out.
I don't want to give up on
Anyway, I was talking about how reassuring it is to have partners that you can trust, to watch your back and make sure you're safe on calls like the one with the guy in the car with the gun, but also, just as importantly, that will give you advice on, hey, you know, I don't think I would do that, or I think I would do that. Giving you advice and giving you warning if they think you're making a mistake or there's a better way to do something, and being able to trust that is huge for what we do.
Copy for apartment 315. 2358.
And a few times tonight I've seen that, both with the St. Paul officers, with our deputies, with the CAT team. Earlier today, a couple times that we were involved in the chase that went out to Woodbury.
Yeah, they are on Zone E.
113, I cover you around 900 Summit. For the alarm that the passerby is reporting as audible sounding at the church.
Sounds like there's...
Can you say the first part of that again? You were broken up. They're on Zone E as in Edward, Washco South. Copy.
So we're going to see if we can go over quick and listen in on what's going on with the chase over in Washco.
Any alley 2014.
So we're over there.
Coming northbound Keats right now. It's coming right at Jay at his place down. He might be turning. Appears he just turned westbound Indian Boulevard by Cottage Grove Middle School.
So they're by Cottage Grove Middle School in a chase with one now. Sounds like it had its lights off.
County units are disengaged.
And now...
County units to disengage.
Oh.
813 to lost sight. Set a perimeter. Somebody go Jamaican, Indian. And somebody sit on 70th, just north of Joliet. And somebody sit at Keats and Indian Boulevard at JC Double Tag.
8104. I double tagged the Jamaica, trying to get to Indian. Just next 304 on the plate.
So it sounds like they're making...
We got them. Felony stop, Indian Boulevard Court, 9600 block.
9600 block, Indian Boulevard.
1314 and 81 are with them.
So they're doing a felony stop on the car. They got it. Sounds like they got it blocked in over in... I don't know if that's Cottage Grove or Woodbury. But again, good work. Good coordination. One of the things that I'm going to switch my radio now back to where I should be, because why not? So one of the awesome things about our radio system now. Since about 2006-7, we all have 800 megahertz radios. And those 800 megahertz radios allow us to communicate with each other across the state, and they even work kind of into Wisconsin, and we can do some car-to-car stuff. But it allows us a lot better
Copy, 2 or 3 more occupants in the car.
Opportunity to assist each other and to respond to emergencies, or if something happens like the 35W bridge collapse, you could have a trooper from Bemidji who's down here helping, who can talk to an officer from Minneapolis, just like they're standing next to each other. So we're really lucky in this state to have a good radio system to be able to communicate, and it allows us to coordinate with St. Paul, with all our suburban agencies, with Minneapolis, Hennepin County. We have statewide channels and metro-wide channels. So tonight, you heard the chase in Minneapolis. That was on a statewide channel. You heard the Washco channel, which would be a county talk group. You've heard us talking on our own channel that we use to communicate within the sheriff's office or the CAT team. So can't say enough about that. Well, maybe I did already say too much.
Thank you. You can clear this advised.
So I know the sheriff mentioned wanting to go to the pizza pub in Forest Lake earlier. I just happened to get a text from some of our backseaters that are at the pizza pub, where they are watching us on their TV. And thank you for your support. I've never had a chance to eat there, but now I'll make it a trip. We are westbound on Maryland. We're gonna be coming up to Rice here, and because of all the activity that's been going on, I've been trying to stay on the kind of the central area. Central and close on the east side, just so we're not too far away as things happen. I got a chance last Saturday to work off duty at the Hill Murray versus White Bear Lake hockey game. Holy cow. That was not only a packed house, but a fun game back and forth. And it ended in a tie in overtime, which I'm sure for both teams was a drag because it's a big rivalry. But what a tremendous game of hockey. It was fun to meet a lot of backseaters there. I got to meet Jelly Joe's parents and his brother, and just had a good time. Everybody was so friendly there.
Vehicles clear the channel, thank you.
Copy. Can we drop the pad?
So we'll see if we can make a little more soup here. There is a specific vehicle that I'm looking for in this area. I know it was
that's on this Arlington issue to report to the LEC, please.
I know the vehicle was in this area earlier, so I just want to see if it returns.
224, I can hit the LEC.
I don't want to give out the description or any other info because I don't want to tip off the bad guys.
Just pulling up now.
I know the sheriff talked about the case at Towsley Motorsports earlier. I had the opportunity to do an interview with the media about it. You know, it's by the time it was said and done, they estimate about $500,000 worth of damage was done to the building, to the doors, and to the merchandise in there, to vehicles and
4312 Highland Drive,
displays and everything else.
Caller is in
And
Arizona, but got a motion.
you know, to set the bail at $500 just does not, you know, to be able to walk out with
wearing a red jacket, dark pants. Second is a white male, 20-year-old.
$500 cash just does not seem appropriate.
On west,
But
black sedan with rear window covered in plastic from the block.
382 Tango.
Tango.
hold on just a second.
Call the data when you get a chance.
Just heard Jelly Joe talking about a suspicion. Excuse me. I didn't hear most of it, but it sounds like it was a black.
That was unoccupied first
call from the north side. This whole description is just being chased up. We are gonna. The sheriff is gonna send it over to Nicole here in a few minutes. But I appreciate everyone riding along with me here in the Tahoe. It seems kind of loud today, the Tahoe, but I don't know if it's the potholes in the road or maybe it's my bones rattling because I'm getting old. But love going out and patrolling the streets with you, and I'm sure Nicole will find some action for you.
For a 49-year-old female. Hey, stay on the street. 49-year-old female, conscious, breathing, clean of a rib injury. Report for her.
So that squad, it sounds like, came across a woman that has some kind of rib injury, but he's having a hard time getting her to stand still so he can get her some help. Not unusual when people are agitated, but
Billy on truck. Are you at the address?
If I don't get to talk to you before, Happy New Year. I hope everyone has an awesome New Year and that it's better in 2024 than it was in 2023. And that you and your families are safe and healthy.
2164.
Copy 11 minutes.
Can we get medics started to For a 49-year-old female. Hey, down the street. 49-year-old female, conscious, breathing, clean of a rib injury.
I'm gonna keep patrolling Frogtown here for a minute. Although it's kind of a ghost town here right now.
We are going to send you over to Nick at night. You know, we tried to put her on at midnight, and she just backed me up on a traffic stop of a guy that was speeding. We're going to send the guy a ticket for speed, but we're sending you over to Nicole. She's waiting for you now, so thanks for joining us. I got to make sure I hit the right button here. Which is the right button here, Rev? Where does it say Nicole?
13 minutes.
Key, please.
Cover. Information Maplewood on an assist medic 1610 Mary Street North for a 71-year-old male, conscious breathing, fell down the stairs. 13 minutes.
Welcome back, Backseaters. Happy Friday. Just driving through the backside of 1700 Rice, which is where the Walgreens, the liquor store, Caribou is in Maplewood.
4429, adult male to the LEC.
Copy to LEC. 14 minutes.
Kind of a funny story. A couple years ago, I stepped out with two people who were walking back here during closed business hours. One of them took off on foot. I chased him over here. We went south along this backside. He crossed over here on Larvinder. There was a car coming, and the car slowed down for him. I took a look at the car, and then the car just kept going, nicked me in the side. And he ran down along this railroad tracks. We were able to get him later. Kind of funny. Not many people can say they got hit by a car.
381.
Not great tactics on my end, but kind of a funny story for now. The guy that we caught actually went on to do a double homicide in Brooklyn Park about a year later. So he's currently in custody for that. We won't have to worry about dealing with him.
317. 362.
Copy.
421, can you come back?
Had a little bit of stuff going on earlier with the Speedway call. Obviously, Darren was doing the narration for you guys while everybody was kind of playing a support role while they were figuring out what they were going to do with that. Stuff kind of takes a long time sometimes, but that's what we're trained to do nowadays, is to slow things down, try to make better decisions, try to think things through, which is good because ultimately that's a way to make the best decision for us and for the public, and then for anyone who we have to have direct contact with.
He's currently locked in his bedroom.
Three, one copy. 362.
Copy at 15.
15 minutes. 381.
New message. New message.
381.
Description for the husband is Nikolai Larson, 50 years old, 6 foot, heavy build, wearing a purple hoodie, black pants. Looks like there is a vehicle, but it's still outside, so if he's left, he would be on foot.
New message. New message.
381 copy. Can you check with the cop and see if he would have...
Hope
access
everybody
to any
had
weapons
a
in the
good
house?
Christmas. I got quite a few people who reached out to me, whether it was cards or word of mouth. I just want to say thank you. I've got a couple thank you cards out in the mail this coming week. They should be going out. So a couple of the backseaters that sent me some holiday cards, I just want to say thank you. If I haven't gotten to give you guys a thank you yet, just know that I am very grateful and I appreciate your guys' support with everything and support for law enforcement and the sheriff's office and everything that we do on a daily basis, and just it is much appreciated, so thank you.
New message. New message.
5182, 5183.
381.
This is the Golden Star Apartments here in Maplewood. It's a place that I hang out quite a bit when I worked for Maplewood, and glad I'm still able to come through here.
Unknown vehicle description.
I wish it didn't have as much crime as what it did, but it makes for easy, proactive policing for me.
At 19 minutes.
Lots of stolen cars, warrant arrests, narcotics.
17 minutes.
New message. New message.
Copy, 19 minutes.
But lots of good people that live here, lots of people that don't want crime in their neighborhood or
314.
at the place that they live.
En route to St. John's.
I'm just gonna check the VIN on this car
Maplewood's current call there.
quick, just to make sure someone didn't swap a plate on it.
2525 White Avenue North at Maplewood Tobacco for inaudible alarm. Covers zone 9 front 3 glass break.
41, I copy.
23 copy. 20 minutes.
We recovered a stolen pickup truck on the east side of Golden Star Apartments a couple weeks ago. It was probably just over a month ago now. Card 350. Was able to take it down the embankment and then out onto the roadway. He was eventually apprehended though. Sergeant Suki got a couple pits on him, which I'm not pit certified, but I can only imagine how difficult it is to pit a large truck when you're in a smaller vehicle, because those F-350s are huge vehicles.
On a suspicious mail in Arlington, the mail in the street, yelling for somebody to call the cops. Copy in 19 minutes. 21 minutes.
About a week ago, I had to speak to a member of one of our contract cities. She had some questions about when we can do like a mental health hold on people, and it kind of got me thinking that there's probably a lot of misunderstanding of when we can actually put a hold on somebody or what we can do actually as law enforcement in those situations.
Have a great night. 4423, I'll be out with 3. Copy, out with 3.
So there's only a couple instances that we can actually put a hold on somebody, and it's not a mental health hold. It's actually just a transport hold to get that person down to the hospital to then see mental health workers. Those instances have to be pretty clear cut of the person's a danger to themselves, the person's a danger to others.
23, code 4 with staff.
The person isn't able to care for themselves, kind of things along those lines.
279.
So, you know, if someone is just, you know, upset and, you know, not themselves, or even if they kind of make comments of, you know, maybe wanting to, you know, just be upset with people, it's not necessarily a thing that we can send someone to the hospital for. It doesn't mean...
Maryland and Lake Bear, single gunshot. Probably a block to the west of Lake Bear.
Doesn't mean we can't talk to them, try to convince them to go down and see a mental health professional, but there's, like I said, there's only a few things that we can actually do to force someone to meet that threshold, to force them to go down to the hospital.
Copy, code 4 on vehicle on scene in 23 minutes.
And we just aired out a single gunshot heard near White Bear in Maryland, so we're
The area
gonna
of Maryland and White Bear.
float that way
Sergeant, copy.
since we're not too far.
325 will have that area.
We'll take Maryland, maybe in case someone is cooking along Maryland to get out of the area. They said it did sound to the west.
Burlington.
Can you show me around to St. John's? Copy. There we're collecting some evidence.
Coming.
5183.
5183.
2025.
You can clear us both unfounded. You can send both of us to the
2025.
Just west of Maryland and Lake Bear, single gunshot.
73.
Well, we took a trip to Tucson, Arizona about a week ago. My first time ever being to Arizona.
Suspicious vehicle in the parking lot. Vehicle's been running for 4 hours. Caller doesn't leave the document.
It was beautiful. The food was fantastic. The weather was perfect. It was a great trip. We did a lot of hiking. We ate a lot of food. Enjoyed some of the inner city just kind of spots, shops, and coffee places, and it was a great trip. It was only for a few days. I wish it would have been a little bit longer.
184.9 and 164 and 125.
I don't think that I could live down there because of the heat, no matter how dry it is. I'm not a big heat person, but it definitely would be great during the winter months. I kind of underestimated how dry it is down there. Every time I woke up, I felt like I chugged a 12-ounce glass of water and could use more.
314.
Felt like I was getting all wrinkly.
314.
For St. Paul Squad's info, the victim at St. John's has already been transferred to the region, so we're going to stick in the squad down there to meet with the victim.
But it definitely is beautiful down there. One thing that I found kind of crazy that I guess I never thought of before is how much the temperature dropped.
380 clear assist.
When you have your highs there versus your lows at night. You're talking 50 plus degrees that it would drop, which is not something that we're really accustomed to here. And was told it has to do with the type of air that we have here versus there with the humidity and the dryness, that it won't hold the heat as well. But it's kind of crazy to think that you can go out during the day in shorts and a t-shirt, and then it dropped down to
Ambulance just showed up at Regions.
to freezing temperatures at night, which is just crazy to me.
Copy. The ambulance from St. John's just showed up at Regions with the squad at 27 minutes.
So Maplewood is dealing with a walk-up of a stabbing at their St. John's hospital. The person showed up there, was dropped off actually by another vehicle saying that they were stabbed. So Maplewood is trying to coordinate with Regions Hospital.
5183 squad's ready.
They do have a party detained. I'm not sure if that's the actual assailant or what was going on with that, but they're now transporting the victim down to Regions. And again, I'm not exactly sure why that is, but I'm paying attention to the call. So we're about 3 blocks away from where that shots fired was originally called in. They did say it was to the west. I didn't see anyone driving recklessly out of the area westbound on Maryland. So I'm going to assume that either it was just a one shot or that vehicle is just out of the area already. There's a resident that lives around this BP. He put up a bunch of cameras because he was the victim of a shots fired as well. Unfortunately, that gas station seems to have quite a few issues in and out of it. I don't think people typically stay there for very long because it's not a very large store, but a lot of crime seems to be filtered in and out of there because it's off of a couple, main thoroughways and easy access to a bunch of different areas of the city. So I try to float by there
Do we have
at least a few times a shift.
Squad East or Central down there with that victim that was just transported over from St. John's?
Checking to see if there's a squad with the victim at Regions that was just brought in from St. John's.
Two 221 should be on scene there.
Okay. Two-2-1 is on scene now.
Receive, go check him out.
Copy in 30 minutes.
So we had, we pulled an investigation here over at the Cherry Pit. We got some info that a male was there with some felony warrants, and he was linked to a firearms case that I had a couple months back. So we watched the parking lot from the Big Steer Meats for a little while, and he came out of the bar. It was just Sergeant Suki and I at that time. So we went and we tried to block the car in, and as we were pulling up, he must have known that we were there for them. So he actually took off on foot. Once we took him into custody, if we're away from our pat down of people, make sure that they don't have any weapons on them or anything that could, hurt them or us. And then once we get them back to the car, we'll do a full search. Well, I had patted them down when we put put him in handcuffs, and we had walked him back to the car, and then I got told a couple minutes later that there was a firearm located on him. And kind of just a real check in your quality of work, because that's the type of stuff that you can't miss. I did not pat down his ankles. He had a firearm in his waistband, and when he took off running, it actually fell down into like the bottom of his sweatpants. So each time he was walking, Sergeant Suki said that he could hear just a little clink, and he said he turned around a couple times thinking that he dropped something like his flashlight or his keys or something like that. But actually what it was each time the gun was hitting the bottom or hitting the pavement. So it's just kind of little stuff like that, which I say little, it's not a little thing, but it's a good reminder of making sure that we do, full pat downs on people, because you never know what gets moved around when they're running, or if you're fighting with somebody, or what they try to do with a weapon or something along those lines. But it's just kind of crazy.
9173 on scene.
And a good reminder to try to do our job a little bit better every day to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible.
I don't know if this is aired or not or known, but Maplewood PD is stating
firearm was not in a holster
GSW
either, so it
off at Maplewood Hospital at around
put him at just as much risk as the rest of us. But he's in jail. The firearm was a stolen firearm. And he had a previous warrant for possession of a dangerous weapon by ineligible, which would make like a felon essentially. So he is still in custody. That was probably 2 months ago now.
4504.
Which is good. He was also selling narcotics at the bar too. He had a bunch of little dime bags of meth and fentanyl mix on him, rolled up, and then some ecstasy pills. So it was good to get him off the streets, and I'm glad he's still in jail and not able to bond out yet.
I don't know if this is aired or not or known, but Maplewood PD is stating that the GSW was dropped off at Maplewood Hospital at around.
So we just rolled through the Motel 6 off of Old Hudson, and it actually seems like that place has gotten a lot better, a lot cleaned up. It doesn't seem like there's as many issues there, not as many stolens or police calls for service there. So whatever they're doing, whether it's management or the security that they hire out there, I don't know what it is, or maybe they raise their rates. I don't know what it is, but whatever they're doing a good job.
Copy.
210. Can you just skip it into ours? Change our current call to a PCN, clear advised, and then put us on 217 PPV, please.
$25.75 Ivy Avenue East, Pondview Apartments for a noise complaint. Callers complaining that the neighbors are making a lot of noise. Sounds like they're fighting and cursing the whole night. Down to the third floor.
So when we get our calls for service, we have a couple different priority type calls. There's a priority 1, 2, and 3 call, and that's of coding our like emergent versus call things that need to be dispatched right away. And some of those priority calls, or the way that they're coded, determine which calls are 2-officer calls or not. So something like a noise disturbance may not sound like it's a big issue, but that is a 2-person call. And almost always officers will go with 2. Has to deal with, you're going in there expecting some level of conflict at most of them, whether that's because people are drinking or it's a large group of people, or maybe someone had already tried to talk to and didn't go as planned. So those are 2-person calls, and then there's some that are pretty ones. Like, those are always pretty civil, but it is something that we deal with on the patrol side of things. That's a 2-person call, and some of these go back to where a lot of officers have been hurt or killed in line of duty, and the numbers are kind of crazy to see that there has been an overwhelming number of officers who have been killed in noise disturbance complaints, and also property retrievals as well. So I bring that up because Maplewood was just dispatched to a noise complaint. Cop is complaining that the neighbors are making a lot of noise, so that they're fighting and cursing, and have been the whole night. Stated that they're on the 3rd floor. So with that, you might have a domestic. You've got people that are arguing, they're fighting, they're yelling at each other, they're cursing. So it might be a domestic. It might be drinking. But those are always 2+ officer calls.
Just fairly certainly back better responding to us.
I think we're gonna shoot over a little bit more west and central. I've been on the east side pretty much all night trying to find something. I've kind of been striking out. So maybe we'll try a different venue and see if I can find something. Dark. If you guys do ride on pedal bicycles, you need to have a light on the front and on the back.
I'm not sure what district or officers out of regions, but when they get a chance, they can call.
I'm sure it can sound kind of petty, but it truly is for your safety, because that guy that was riding down there, the only thing that I could see was his white beanie that he had on. I couldn't see the rest of him.
Can a squad that's out at Regions right now give 910 a call? 360. 41 minutes.
The squad, they must start heading that way.
You can have us, and we are en route to Regions as well.
Coming into beautiful downtown. I would prefer a more rural setting, but it is very pretty to see the large buildings, all of the lights. there really isn't a hustle and bustle anymore.
Copy 41 minutes.
But looking at downtown, the bridges and everything, it is very pretty. I wish there were more places that were open 24 hours or even just open later. But I get it's difficult when jobs aren't getting filled or business isn't there. But I try to keep a pretty consistent schedule with nights and afternoons. So for people like me, I wish there were more things that were open later at night like they used to be.
FLETCHER with LTAC 1 for chase with the stolen license road past 49.
Not sure which agency it is, but LTAC is
45, might lose it here.
Chasing one with the stolen license plate.
Eastbound on 45th, I believe. 44th, sorry.
Got the eastbound 44th. 273.
It might be Hennepin County.
273.
Joe, 278, through James, speed's 80.
Yep, I think it's Hennepin County. Chasing one with a stolen license plate.
Coming up to Fremont, and we're going to continue eastbound.
It's going to be North Minneapolis, which is our 4th precinct partners.
Copy.
Sorry, 2160 copies.
So far, Jenna.
New message. New message.
Cell phone window.
We'll kind of shoot over towards
light traffic.
West 94, just in case they hop on the interstate and come into our county.
44 minutes.
Tango.
Jefferson.
Oh, let me turn on LTAC 1 so I can hear what the heck is going on.
Yeah.
Copy, wants to see if flight's available.
Yes, please.
2820.
05, we're throwing stuff out the window now. Still a cell phone, coming up to 36.
Copy, items thrown out the window near 36.
Back.
122.
122.
386. Disregard. So I'm coming up the Lowry here. Still no traffic. Going eastbound on Lowry.
Copy, eastbound Lowry. You have a vehicle description?
Yeah, it's a white Chevy Tahoe. The stolen license plate is on the rear. It looks like according to the listing, only one was stolen. Going up to Washington.
Well, here's hoping they hop on 94 from Washington.
And we're through Washington.
Jefferson and Fulton for an area check for a possible.
And going across the Lowry Bridge over the river.
Description of the vehicle is a tan Jeep.
Copy and roll.
24 minutes.
Downtown BSDOT. Still eastbound through Grand.
Eastbound Lowry through Grand.
Must be something coming if they're laying all this stuff down on the road.
Looks like we're southbound on University.
206.
206 there.
Affirmative.
Light traffic on University.
Speed's about 90. Any update on flight?
Copy.
Good call. We're on the phone.
And we're going to go on eastbound 17th Avenue Northeast.
Eastbound 17th Avenue Northeast and negative on flight. They're not available.
Copy. Cell phone on Northeast
Chase someone with
5th
a stolen
Street.
license plate over in north and eastbound.
Cell phone Northeast 5th.
Alright, unfortunately they're not getting any help from flight.
Speed west or what?
Kind of
And 35, we're coming up and through Northeast 13th Avenue.
Copy. Looks like a T intersection on Broadway.
Copy. It looks like we're going to go on eastbound on Broadway.
Broadway can come over 94.
Misdemeanor domestic assault, male in the metro.
And 35, we're in light traffic on Broadway. We're starting to pass other cars.
Copy. Passing traffic. Light traffic.
Through Monroe Street.
Eastbound through Monroe.
And going through Central, blowing lights.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get up to 280 as well. Yeah, I'm going there. I'm at 94 and Marion right now. Go 36 west to 280.
We're eastbound through Johnson.
Eastbound through Johnson. I'm going up on Shingle right now.
Stinson Boulevard, no traffic. If you advise on a Roseville or St. Anthony, I think we're getting into their jurisdiction here, Charlotte.
Temporary coming up through Roseville.
Ramsey 2773, we monitoring mode, come that way.
You're still eastbound, going through Hoover, past UPS.
One of the dogs listening now, she just took off to find the other.
Copy, still eastbound through Industrial. No traffic, speed about 75.
No traffic, speed 75 through Industrial.
Coming up to 280, looks like we're going to go on southbound 280. I'm going to try and pin it here if I can get up to it.
Driver sticks at 280 and 94.
Now, be southbound 280. Speed's 80.
That's just the adult.
Still southbound coming up to Como, middle lane, no traffic.
Oh, I don't know if I'm able to get sticks out.
Southbound middle lane, yes.
Bus happens in pursuit. Bus at 280 in Como.
One 680, you want to create a way for that?
Alright, looks like we're going to try and exit onto Kasota, possibly. Still southbound. And I hear there's sticks at 94.
Tried Energy Parkway, I moved when they were going to exit. Sorry about that.
No worries, still southbound. Coming up to Territorial Road. Looks like we're going to take this exit.
That's what? So does the traffic.
Come up to University, looks like you're going eastbound University if you want to buy St. Paul.
University,
No traffic. Driver looks like a white or possibly Hispanic male. Still eastbound University, speed about 90, no traffic.
Eastbound University, 280, no traffic, speed sign.
It looks like you're going to turn on Vandalia, I'm trying to pit. The wrong lane on Vandalia, coming up to 94.
Should have just stayed where I
Up
was.
third in this. And we're over Vandalia, still the wrong way, no traffic. Might be trying to get on 94 again here. Negative, still on Vandalia.
Copy southbound Vandalia, turning into Central, still wrong way.
And then 0 to 5. Up to, I think, Grand here. Marshall. 0 to 5 is terminating, vehicles going the wrong way, almost taking vehicles head on, I'm terminating.
Copy, terminating vehicles, almost taking other vehicles head on, driving the wrong way, 53 minutes.
Last location. Still 3 to Summit. Vehicle eastbound Grand, I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Got back into the right lane. Eastbound Grand, still in the wrong lane. Speed's about 90.
Eastbound Grand, wrong lane, speed.
It's like through Cleveland.
Copy, negative on 6.
Zero 5, I think it's turned northbound on 1051 here. Northbound on Fairview, still no traffic. Still trying to keep an eye on it here. Westbound Summit. There's someone. 5, pit.
Got the good pit.
Zero 5, running behind the house on Summit. Gone in an alley towards Wells Fargo.
Copy on alley towards Wells Fargo, white male, black jacket, black pants.
0 5 at lost. Looks like we're taking a passenger into custody. Holding the last spot I saw him in by Wells Fargo.
617, you can send me that call coming from east.
Medics are staged.
Three on 4, can you show me on there for the call, please?
Copy, 56 minutes.
5, I'm holding between 1849, I believe, Summit. The last place I saw him running, if there's a dog in the road.
Copy last in the area 1849 Summit. Is EMS needed for the RAMSEY squad that was ran?
I'm not aware.
2164, I'm ready for Wells Park.
Copy, squad top of the perimeter.
37.
Thank you.
326, car is clear.
Alright, so he's last seen southbound from that Wells Fargo parking lot. Looking for, let me just verify what, we got for a suspect.
56 minutes.
Show me on the open call, please.
Copy, 56 minutes.
So we got LTEC 1 and St. Paul 1 up. I don't think those two are patched yet, but shut our lights
So
off.
if I heard right, we have the driver in custody behind Wells Fargo.
And me to the incident that just happened on Summit, down in St. Paul, please.
Copy your statement.
Only confirmation, I believe MSP was out in the alleyway behind Wells by Green and White House with the party. I don't know if they're in custody.
Copy, if we could get confirmation for that, I'm still holding the last place I saw him.
That is one of the struggles of having all of these different agencies, different counties. We've got Hennepin, Ramsey, St. Paul, State Patrol.
Is the driver in custody or on the loose still?
And pretty much all of us have our own radio channels, and they're still verifying right now if it's the driver or not. We all have different dispatchers and
Grand Avenue in the back, do you have the party in custody?
Party in custody, code 4.
different dispatchers.
Driver in custody, code 4 behind 1854 Grand Avenue at the back of the house.
05, we can clear up the main and take everything to LTAC 1.
We'll remove the patch with LTAC 1, keep LTAC 1.
So I think he's
for the
right back
detail.
here. So I'll just drive down there quick and just see. But yeah, we're all on different channels. We're all different dispatchers, different dispatch centers.
Can you secure my squad, please?
So that does make it a little bit difficult, but we'll work through it. I don't see anyone right here, but
Can you secure my squad, please? I'm gonna go ahead and visually confirm we have this guy.
so those are State Patrol troopers. Oh, they're right here.
Okay. Just making contact with state. This is our guy.
Alright, so that's the suspect, the driver.
Drone has landed. Squad's clear fault.
Copy, 1 o'clock.
Adding,
05, search and cease 20 to the scene of the termination of the pursuit, please.
Copy that. Fairview Avenue South and Summit Avenue, correct?
Sounds right.
Copy.
I took his driver's license, so now I gotta go
Copy, we'll do. 101.
give it back to him. But that is
Emergency ride, adult male.
something that everybody, myself included, is always interested in, is who's the driver, who's the suspect. So we'll get that into the call so that everybody can see right away. And now we'll go give his ID back. So that the agency that needs it can have it.
317.
And a great job by Hennepin County.
Edgerton, Wheelock Parkway. Covered a 2-vehicle accident. 1 vehicle is smoking fire.
That's okay.
102, Tango.
616 into the APD on that far.
I don't know where this Hennepin County squad is.
And can you create us a PPV at 807 Randolph Ave, please?
Where did Hennepin County end up? I have this guy's driver's license that I need to give back to him.
Copy, we'll do. 101.
Curtis, your ride, adult male to 629 Rice Street.
Copy.
I copy. Okay.
317.
Hey, 26, is my squad free? I'm coming back with a drive right now, State.
For an APD, Edgerton and Wheelock Parkway. Covered a 2-vehicle accident. 1 vehicle is smoking. Fire is
616.
being dispatched.
Come on, scene, we need a squad to block. Shut down northbound Edgerton.
616
There, there.
617, I did go.
Copy at 103.
Alright. Here's his ID.
Driver or passenger?
Driver.
Perfect.
Thank
you, appreciate it.
Yeah, good work, guys.
Copy, making announcements to the mail at 102.
Everyone say hi to the Pat Man.
07, I copy. Okay.
There he is
Adult male
in all of his glory.
Has some injuries to his back. One of the drivers took off on foot. Black male wearing all black. Last seen eastbound Nevada.
616.
662 Whiskey.
I'm on scene, ready to squad to block. Shut down northbound Edgerton.
David Adams, 1660 somewhere.
Copy, is there a squad to assist?
I did go.
Copy at 103.
Six 616, start me as a second rig. Adult male, conscious breathing, head injury.
Copy, is 105.
The second victim is unresponsive.
616.
Copy at 105. 616.
Serving medics for adult male, conscious breathing. He has injuries to his back. One of the drivers took off on foot. Black male wearing all black. Last seen eastbound Nevada.
Alright, so that worked out pretty good. I think they just had the driver and the passenger in that, and both of them were taken into custody. So great job by Hennepin County. I'm not sure exactly which agency started it. I saw Robbinsdale was there. I didn't see a Hennepin County squad, but whoever it was, they did a great job.
A couple extra cars. We're trying to start sorting this out here.
I actually terminated at one point, if you couldn't hear that, because things got a little bit too dangerous.
616, serving as a second rig. Adult male, conscious breathing, head injury.
But yeah, they did a
105.
Fantastic.
616, a second victim unresponsive.
Copy at 105.
3, stick at 0, Evan.
Sergeant to copy.
2162.
So that accident with injuries on Edgerton and Rock.
Code 4, you can clear the device.
Oh, damn.
What happened?
Hey, Darren. Come here a minute. We got another issue here.
Help with accident with injuries, Edgerton and Wheeler.
You got to explain it again at the window. Okay.
616, you need more squads.
We're down here. I don't know what happened. It popped over to Nicole again. Maybe we tapped it. So tell the story what happened here, big guy.
Okay, chase from Robbinsdale PD. Car came back as stolen license plates. Robbinsdale pursued it down to St. Paul.
Can you double check on your phone?
It was southbound Cretan Avenue. Sets the speeds over 80 miles per hour in both lanes of traffic, oncoming traffic. Then went eastbound on Grand, came up to Fairview. I was trying to parallel the chase. I was eastbound on Summit. Heard it was coming up on Fairview. I got right behind the vehicle and attempted to make a turn from Summit, and I was able to do a pit maneuver, spin the vehicle, and I was able to then front block it, and then Robbinsdale was able to get the rear block on it.
I think we're good for now.
Good work.
Yeah, adult male driver and 2 female passengers, all 3 in custody.
So the driver ran south.
325 is taken into custody.
That was great work, huh?
Copy, taking the male into custody at 108.
Told you we was going to see something tonight, didn't I? There you go.
Copy, canceling the 10-3 at 109.
Well, Darren, your pretty car got an owie.
Well, let's go talk to Deputy Winkle.
Yeah.
Deputy Mark Winkle. Good. Come on over here.
So for the weekend,
yeah,
can I maybe grab the Durango and drive it home?
The one down in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't know what. You may not even start.
Okay.
But here, hang on a second.
He's on the phone with him right now.
No, we're just trying to figure out. Or someone can drop me off at home too.
Hey, Wink.
Grab my stuff.
Yes, sir.
Good job. Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Parallel.
Huh?
I just paralleled.
I appreciate you having down here. Hey, hopefully it'll start.
You want me to give those a Darren?
Yeah, but I gotta pull the master key off first. Darren's gonna borrow the backup Durango that I've been using downstairs.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
616, Mike Alpha Echo.
I think that's drivable.
Okay.
No, I think it's drivable. I mean, it was
all I need to
a
do
little
is
crunch.
get home and then worry about.
Kilo Alpha.
No, I'm just saying. Let me just take a look at that again one more time. Rev, you tell them what you're seeing.
Yeah, this is different. I get to see Darren in action.
Yeah, totally.
Happy as he can be, and to see so many others, officers, other departments working together. I guess that's what needs to happen. You have a couple Robbinsdale state trooper right there leaving. And I just didn't know that they would chase a car all the way from Robbinsdale to St. Paul. And then when they get to St. Paul, they pit it and block it in. They couldn't go nowhere. And Darren, if you don't know, me and Darren work together during the day. And, you know, we always laugh because Darren runs every time there's a chase. He likes to be involved. So I got to see him in his element tonight. Me and John Scheller will have something to laugh about on Tuesday when we get back to the office. But if you can't see because of the way Bob parked you here. But the stolen is a big white vehicle, Suburban or something like that. And it looks like everyone's doing their part to
314, we should be good on the AWIF 213 so stay clear.
The Robbinsdale car doesn't look like it had any damage. I think he was just pulled up to the rear.
213 on channel 3, you can stay clear.
Back up once he hit Darren head on.
Copy at 112.
Because Darren was hit head on, so.
Edgerton South, Nevada, medics confirming female on the curb bleeding.
It sounds like 2 females and 1 male have been detained.
Copy, Edgerton South of Nevada. There's a female on the curb that's bleeding at 112.
Well, teamwork, huh?
She was enrolled in
How are you?
See, there's that word, teamwork.
Teamwork. Did you get your car washed today or what? Looking pretty good. I gotta go to whatever car wash you're at. See ya, thank you.
616.
Wow.
For an adult female, conscious breathing, bleeding with shoulder, knee, and head pain. And bleeding
There's a
from the
little bit
mouth.
of damage to
That might be a Hennepin sheriff back there.
Copy 113.
give you a little overview here of the scene. Kind of fun. There's Darren's car on the right. He just backed it up.
We got the media out here.
There's the white Tahoe. All media questions should be referred to Robbinsdale or the State Patrol.
113. Medics confirming female on the curb bleeding. All media checking out there now.
Where's the media?
Straight in front of the white.
Yeah, well, I guess you're right.
You see him?
Yeah. I see him now.
Yeah, 616. I'm with her.
There's a blonde woman over here in a car. And I suspect is
Copy.
And what does that say?
Dispatch to 305.
with the media too.
Right.
Over here.
I remember you saying the items were thrown from the window at like Lindale and 36. Do you need that checked
What do you
out?
think?
I believe it's just going to be garbage, but whatever it is long gone by now. If Minneapolis is squad, they can go take a look.
Bleeding with shoulder, knee, and head pain.
Yep.
Bleeding from the mouth.
Copy 113.
Where are you at? The medics found you.
Stolen car. I think they said the guy had a warrant or two. Crazy how people allow them to drive. Like earlier today, the one in Woodbury, the passengers forced the driver to pull over and let them out. But here you got two females in the car in addition to the driver. So the entire CAT team was there. Sergeant Micheletti, Nicole, Pat, Joe Odegaard, the whole crew, and then two squads from our suburban patrol up there came down, because actually it came through our contract cities up there in the Falcon Heights area. And once it came through their jurisdiction, they continued to help out. That was Deputy Mark Winkle and Sergeant Joe Strattinger.
St. Thomas.
Rev and I just had a bite to eat a little bit ago. In case you heard me finishing off our scrumptious, I'm not going to tell you what it was. But, well, Rev didn't actually have a bite to eat.
I wasn't going to throw you under the bus by yourself. I was just going to let you tell them I ate with you.
Well, I think you had a fry. Actually, I don't even think you had a fry.
No, I didn't.
So important to get these criminals off the street. Repeat offenders running from the police, think they can run and not get caught. We really just need the justice system to enhance these penalties. When you're driving the wrong side of the street, you ought to be held.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just fleeing, you're jeopardizing the safety of others. Extreme jeopardizing.
And if you get two passengers, you should get some charge for each one of them.
Amen.
How you, yeah. Well,
237
you endanger both of their lives.
237 022.
Thank you.
You're welcome at 117.
Then you head on a police officer.
We are going to send you to Pat for a while. Pat didn't get much time today.
Is they expecting snow or ice?
I don't know.
They put that stuff down all day today.
Really?
Yeah.
That don't make any sense.
When I came to work tonight, it was all wet with that stuff.
Well, maybe they are expecting something. There was a frost on the
cars.
Well, the cars, the grass, the pumpkins. The frost on the pumpkin. So anyhow, I don't know what you saw from Nicole's vantage point, but I'm sure she was in the mix down there when you were in the middle of that pursuit.
Can I get the case number?
Two 237-022. 237-022.
Billy's.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome at 117.
I'm guessing that's what he means. So we're over on Marshall and Snelling here. We are
314. Flight is not available at this time.
Okay, check.
You're welcome. 119. Copy.
346. 6.
Pull up behind the car and blow your horn.
I see that on our CAD, but we'll run over there.
314.
Yep, that's what it said.
Flight is not available at this time.
Thank you for checking.
You're welcome. 119.
Send you over to Pat. That's down at Billy's on Grand, and there's always a little bit of tension there at the end of the night.
Case number for the chase.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Well, I was just sitting outside, ran for a couple minutes. On and mail fell. She wanted. She got pulled back and put in the car by her boyfriend.
At the Taco Bell.
It all broke up.
Hours. They do have GPS on it, but it's leading to an apartment building.
Now this has been it's been a pretty busy night here. At least it feels like it. There may not have been a whole lot of calls, but the ones there were fairly substantial. The slumper at the Speedway who had the gun in his lap. St. Paul PD did a phenomenal job bringing that to a safe resolution and taking the man into custody. And there was the pursuit from Robbinsdale. And I was initially going to take the best route there. I was going to take Larpenteur to 280. And then I decided to take 36 to 280, which was a mistake. If I'd have taken Larpenteur to 280, I'd have been right there when that Tahoe went flying by. But Deputy Darren McDonald did a fantastic job on his pit maneuver. The Robbinsdale officer was phenomenal in how he conducted the pursuit. Was calm, collected, clear on his broadcasting of the route it was taking. He terminated when the man was driving far too recklessly. And but was able to keep an eye on it until several CAT unit squads were in the area. So that was a great job between the State Patrol, Robbinsdale, St. Paul PD, Ramsey County, the CAT team. It was fantastic.
Highway 61, County Road C, Charlie, for an accident with injuries, one vehicle, rollover, one person ejected, medics are en route, car is on fire.
3-1, I got you.
We are northbound on Dale.
Excuse me, copy.
Coming up on Freeway 94. The interstate.
Yes, welcome.
Copy at 123.
We will see what the rest of the night has in store for us. Got a good mix tonight. You got to have the Sheriff Fletcher, Under Sheriff Martin, Deputy Investigator.
Hey, bad news. My car won't start.
8196.
Hey, Road H, Silver Lake Road, Nora, Robert Nora, 040. Okay, I'm still here. But just tell him, I'll give you right up to 1411 or the office to get a car.
126.
Sounds good.
So, Deputy McDonald's, Darren's squad is completely out of commission. Won't even start. So we're going to have to get him into another vehicle.
12210.
Welfare concern at Browns Creek Trail, mile 0.
For those of you just joining us, I'm Deputy Pat Scott,
the roadway and
the
fallen.
Ramsey County Sheriff's
Heading
Office.
northbound on Browns Creek Trail near the marina.
Been with the
White
Sheriff's
male,
Office coming up on 4 years.
The base-
I've been a sworn deputy just over 2 years after having spent 30 years with St. Paul PD. I retired in 2010. And prior to that, I spent 5 years with the San Antonio, Texas Police Department. So my adult life has been as a cop. And I have zero regrets. Been a very rewarding career, very fulfilling. I'm honored and flattered that Sheriff Fletcher invited me back into the law enforcement fold when he did.
On the right mistake.
I'm very, very passionate about my profession.
4471.
Also, all the cars have left Billy's. I don't see any victims.
Copy, no victim seen. Push cars left Billy's. One shot fire near Victoria and Grand by Billy's at 127.
Copy, 138. Okay, that was a rookie move. I'll be back at the late scene.
Affirmative.
Sorry, Sheriff, I guess I left Billy's too soon. Any vehicle description?
No, we didn't actually see which car it was. We were on Grand and was kind of back the backside. Saw a couple cars kind of leave in a hurried pace, but we got nothing concrete.
Yeah, the last of the people who had been disputing were in that back lot across the street from Billy's. That makes sense.
On scene jail. Sort of an orangish, reddish sports car at all.
I might have seen a Challenger when I was coming there.
Yeah, I think it was a Challenger. He came out of that lot, I think, south on Victoria, and then pretty fast east on Grand, driving by us, but we didn't know for sure he was involved.
I'm going to cruise south on Dale and just see if it comes up that way.
Metro. Second occupant located in Yokohama.
Somebody run 324 X-ray Papa X-ray, please.
Yeah, I'm running it right now. Close by clear. Stand by for rest.
Copy.
2011 Gray Ford Fusion out of Princeton.
Okay, he just realized his headlights were actually fixed. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Don't do myself.
What?
314 is requesting permission.
It did. Okay. I'm gonna start heading that way. He's what?
3145.
113. We just spoke with
It's all
staff
good?
at the Thanks very much. Sounded like he said he was outside when he heard it. It sounded like it came from the south.
Copy, sounded like it came from the south. First staff, 132.
We have a location where our parties are at inside the house, and if possible, they can just exit the residence now.
Copy.
What?
Showing expired on the Chevy Tahoe.
Copy, thanks.
Someone run Juliet Charlie Foxtrot 132. That is the orange Challenger. It came back. He's telling us that the parties that were arguing ended up firing the shot.
Copy, sounds like clear. Stand by for the rest.
120, the newest update from the caller is that she's in the house.
Yeah, who does it come to? Because he claims to know me.
In the house for 20 minutes. And here's doors.
113. We just
Juanell Johnson, 200 block of Aurora. Comes back to a 2009 Dodge Challenger.
Copy, sounded like it came from the south. First staff, 132.
Is it a common spelling you concentrate?
Well, I was going to stop that car that did the crazy exit off the highway, but then a car possibly involved in the shots fired at Billy's came back to Billy's, and it turns out it sounds like they were more a witness than anything.
120. Copy, close to check to the 467 Holly on a bar. Colors whispering, thinks somebody's in the house. 120, the newest update from the caller is that she's going to be in the other house alone. She's possibly been in the house for 20 minutes. Here's somebody walking around. I know how many people possibly just
So, the guy who did the crazy exit off the highway gets a break.
I'll check the history. Leah, she did respond that she's been in the house like 20 minutes, and she is not expecting anyone.
But I hope you folks have been interested tonight in what's been going on.
Your caller may be at 369 minutes.
Definitely been eventful. Not particularly busy, but very eventful.
Charles, at 2025, could you log me off so I can log back in?
Pretty much a
120 for the phone history.
good mix
Call as of right now.
of the different things police officers run into.
Copy, thank you.
Respond to die, 3 dogs in the house, but they are locked up. Also, here's somebody walking around, unknown how many people possibly just want. 36.
Copy, so it's 5-6, so northeast. Been around for 20 minutes. That's prior PACs.
I'll check the history. But yeah,
We'll see if any of the security guards are still hanging around Billy's here.
not expecting anyone.
See if they saw anything.
Copy, ammo.
On the details.
Go on the top.
119.
Don't see the security guards out there. I'm going to go to where I saw the vehicles in the parking lot here.
Call as of right now. And
See if
only
there's a
911
shell
on the
casing out
property.
here.
Copy, thank you. 617 copy.
120, she did a response that there are 3 dogs in the house with hair locked up. 135.
Yeah, people being intoxicated and having a firearm is not a good combination. I think that's
Anyone drifting by that accident on 61 and C, or the only reason I ask is sounds like it was a bad one.
017. What do you need any help down there?
No, I didn't hear it. You want me to start heading that way?
I just got there.
Well, I mean, I don't know if wouldn't be bad just to show the viewers how bad traffic accidents can be. I think one rolled over and people were ejected. I don't know if you wouldn't mind.
Last update was it was not on fire and the person who was ejected had agonal breathing.
617 copy.
Well, if it wasn't on fire, they said the car was on fire. They were ejected. Yeah, just hang down here, Pat. But just take a look at it in the notes and read it in there for the back feeders.
I will do that. Well, apparently there was a pretty serious accident up at Highway 61 and C. I'm going to look up the details here.
Yeah, I think they said 2 were ejected from that. Yeah, that's true.
So
Looks like there's a 400 block of Holly. You guys are still down here. Might be a good one.
4 blocks out.
467 Holly.
432 admin place. Echo Zulu uniform 42.
You want a good run to 61 and C. Oh, that's all right. Have you got your new car yet? No, this one's working. I'll make it through the weekend with this. I thought you didn't start. No, I had the wrong key fob in my pocket. It's running just fine. Feel free to take the back up to Rango there, buddy. You don't want that hood popping up on you. So I'm just going straight home. It should be good. I checked it. It's solid. Okay, can I get my pop back then? Yeah, Mick Letty has him, and he said he was going to track you down and hand out to
So
you.
the details on this burglary is they
Great
think
job.
someone is in the house.
Yeah, worked out very well.
132 admin place. Echo Zulu uniform 42.
There's a number of cars on scene.
No, on Holly.
A lot of St. Paul cars already on scene.
About 4, I think.
So St. Paul squads are out checking the house.
Store 2210, go ahead.
The person didn't think anyone else was supposed to be in there,
241 pretty.
and they heard someone walking around in there.
You just updated the caller now stated that one of the dogs is actually not locked up, and to the TC did advise to control the dog since it is barking. 325.
Yeah, the perimeter is secure. She's still hearing noises, and if not, she might have to let us in and secure
Original
those
call
dogs.
came in at 101.
As well as the TC advice.
At 141.
Well, we're not going to go up to the house because there's St. Paul PD has a good presence there.
32nd Street North. 68-year-old male that fell from bed with no injuries. Needs assistance.
And we'll hear if there's anything that transpires from that. But the Highway 61 and County Road C accident, reportedly a vehicle rolled over. One or two people were ejected. Apparently they are looking for another person because they found a woman's jacket and purse
She just updated the caller now
in the
stated that one of the
car.
dogs is actually not locked up, and to the TC did advise to control the dog since it is barking.
And then 25 yards north of the male,
Is she still hearing noises, and if not, she might have to let us in.
yes sir,
As well as the TC advice.
Hey, when you were watching the dispute, about how many car parking spots west of where they start, where was the argument?
where the parking spots begin, probably 5 or 6 spots in is where they were. I did drive through there looking for shell casings, but I left when the Highway 61 came up, so I didn't really finish.
Yeah, since the guy in the Challenger confirmed it was that group that was arguing, and he was parked in like the 3rd spot. I think I'll go back and just see if we can find a casing in spot 4, 5, 6, or 7.
Copied that. And after I go through the Highway 61 deal here with the backseaters, I'm going to do a few shout-outs if that's good.
Yeah, if nothing's going on, then after that we'll probably wrap.
Copy. So, 25 yards north of the male who was ejected, they did find a female who was not conscious but was breathing. So, sounds like a very serious accident.
273. 276.
You talking the parking spots that are the ones that are designated in the Billy's parking lot or different ones?
279.
Actually, on the west side of Victoria,
281.
behind the Victoria crossing, that lot there. North side of Grand, west of Victoria.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah, my one, I'll check it.
146.
Well, thank you, backseater Rebecca. Sent a screenshot of the car accident up on 61. Does not look very good.
161.
68.
4504.
Well, Sally Matlock, thank you for your service as well.
1 southwest.
Copy.
96.
86.
29.
4431, 4423.
28.
31.
Heather Christopher, code 200
3030 Southland Drive, North at Maple Grove.
120, there, please.
Wilford check.
This is a very, very important one.
Contact with staff. The hospital's been calling.
Happy anniversary, happy 37th anniversary to Jane and Dan Pluff. Dan, Jane wanted us to give you this special shout out. But congratulations to both of you. That's fantastic.
388. Are there any other squads for 2 o'clock EOT?
Everyone you can take there.
Copy, thank you.
And I'm going to zip through a few of these here.
Have a good night at 146.
Commander John Loretz with the St. Paul Police Department.
Additional squads inside. The house is pretty big.
Retired yesterday after 33 years of service.
All up here.
He's
Copy 114.
Under Sheriff Bill Finney's son, who's Bill Finney had a long career with St. Paul PD, finishing up as chief of police, and is now an undersheriff with the Sheriff's Department. On a sad note, Ramsey County Reserve Deputy Sean Gill passed away at far too young an age. He was a reserve deputy since 2015, and he had his services yesterday in Woodbury. Our prayers are with his entire family. Thank him for his service. Kelly sends her birthday greetings and love to Dick Kodrowski. Yesterday was his birthday, celebrating with family, friends, and his trusty dog Chase and all of the backseaters. Sam turned 42 yesterday with love from his fiancée
Clear. We're going to work our way to the upper floors.
Ashley Smith. Happy birthday to Vicky. Her birthday was on Christmas Day. Love you bunches from your favorite daughter. Quote unquote favorite daughter, Nicole Hamilton. And Ed Hogarth's 2 children celebrated their birthday with the backseaters on December 22nd. Chaz Williams turned 40.
Parking spot number 7, Pat. Nicole found it. Tell the backseaters.
She found the casing?
Yeah, I mean, she pushed us out of the way.
Nicely done. Yeah, Nicole just
It was in
found
the sheriff's shoe tread. I had to pluck it out before I found it.
shell casing up at Billy's. Ethan Ross is a backseater in Idaho. Has been giving many gift cards. Thank you. Several recipients of the gifts and gift cards that were handed out in the last week wanted to express their gratitude and appreciation to all of the backseaters for their kindness to the Sheriff's Office and to Reverend Spence. Melanie and Curtis want to wish all of us a happy holiday season and a safe and happy new year. And that's it, folks. I won't be able to do any more that anyone sends me, but That does it for tonight's shout-outs. Well, I'm going to pull off from here. St. Paul is searching the house. So we are now westbound on Summit. We'll go see if the sheriff and Nicole are still at the lot across from Billy's. So it is confirmed that the sheriff definitely heard a shot in the area of Billy's on Grand, which just had their liquor license approved by the St. Paul City Council. Emanated from a dispute.
Copy 153. Want to assist?
Let me know if it's above.
Well done, Nicole. Was it roughly in the area of where I thought the cars were?
Exact spot that you thought it was.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Really? Oh.
And good cameras look like they're facing.
Your code 4, include 10-1.
Copy house clear, clearing the 10
No.
154.
No, I was, I'd been watching them for about 3-4 minutes before it came live over here.
155.
And in fact, I was never facing them. I was just looking at them from the side.
1252, your status.
And the main combatants got taken away. You know, I thought this was just kind of secondary. Hi. And Nicole, what caliber was that casing? Could you tell?
43 Iowa Avenue East, apartment 611.
9mm Luger.
155.
that. So, probably the most popular handgun caliber in America, 9mm, is what was fired off here in the parking lot. I guess, my guess would be it was fired into the air as an exclamation point at the end of a sentence. Booze and guns do not mix. Not sure how much longer we're going to go here, folks. For a while, I so wanted one of these cars that just crossed in front of us. Can't think of what the model name is, but it's a Volkswagen Coupe, two-door, with a hardtop convertible. The hardtop would fold down into basically the trunk area. So back to that incident at the Speedway at Johnson and 7th. I had just driven past there when the St. Paul squad put out that they had a slumper in the car. And I went back there, and we have different guidelines on being able to block cars in. With the county, we're able to position our squads much closer to the vehicles. And as I was talking about at the time, oftentimes slumpers in cars are either intoxicated or oftentimes on drugs and sometimes overdosing on drugs. And when they wake up and the police are right there, they'll try to flee. So I positioned the front of my squad where the engine is, the heaviest part, directly in front of the car. You know, kind of horizontally in front of it. And the St. Paul officers walked up and looked in the car and saw he had a gun on his lap and quickly waved me away to back up for safety reasons, which is I'm very thankful for. Some very, very sharp St. Paul officers who had come across him. You know what? I'm going to go back to this guy here. I happen to have a couple gift cards that were given to me actually last week. I stopped to grab some lunch at the Nolan's over in I think it's the Oakdale Maplewood border at McKnight and or Century and Minnehaha, I believe. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I got something here for you. Do you like McDonald's or Subway?
McDonald's.
McDonald's? There's a $15 gift card.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate you.
Hey, good luck to you.
120.
So I was in there, and
Suspicious market and founded, March Roll West.
I'm a little bit embarrassed. I can't remember his name right now, but one of the employees in there recognized me and immediately went to the cash register and bought a $15 Subway gift card and a $15 McDonald's gift card for me to give to someone in need out here in the streets. So I very much appreciate that. Yes, Kurt, you're right. Century and Stillwater. Great little grocery store. A very, very helpful staff.
222, we've got an animal complaint for 7-Eleven Edmond. Dog's been outside for 34 hours, barking nonstop, all lights off in the house.
And several of the employees actually are backseaters. So that was kind of cool.
Suspicious market and founded, March Roll West today. Metro 10-6.
We are on Concordia Avenue, and up here at the stop sign is Western.
Still on that south?
Just waiting to clear it.
10-4, we've got a non-rotation tow company that is blocking the entire lane west of 94.
Now we're northbound on Western. We're over top of Interstate 94 right now.
Everyone have a good Happy New Year, and we'll see you next week.
See you next year, D.
By the way, besides the great pit maneuver, the backseaters loved your narrative over there on 7th and Johnson. You're natural. Awesome, I appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Yes, Darren gave a great narration of what was going on.
Hang up within 5 meters. Voicemail and call back.
113.
At 12-9.
113. Can you have her confidence in? 205.
Just pulled over here for a second.
2161. 2161.
And we're moving it.
Courtesy transport. For adult female.
Gonna go
2150. St. Anthony. Copy at 12-9.
well, somebody said check my hood. Well, the hood is fine. I guess
I'll be right back, Joe.
Get it in the screen a little bit there.
13. Go ahead. Answer a comment. Gabby.
So Sunday is New Year's Eve and Monday is New Year's Day. Thinking of baking one of those spiral sliced hams. And kind of do a food exchange with some friends of mine where we swap different foods back and forth. So they'll get some, I'll get some, and I'll put some away in the freezer for sandwiches in the future.
7166 squad status.
For any of you who have New Year's plans, make it a safe night. Always a good idea to plan on having, if you're going to be out, having a designated driver or planning on using an Uber. There's heavy DUI enforcement all this weekend, so you don't want to be out driving when you've been drinking to any degree that might be viewed as in excess.
Welfare concern 7699 Hyde Avenue South. Releasing mother.
Metro for 85 information on driving complaint.
We're going to turn north on Rice Street here. And folks, I'm going to wrap this up for the night. Thank you for riding with the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, with Sheriff Fletcher, who I have the honor of working for, and who's also a friend and has been for, oh gosh, 40-some years. And Under Sheriff Mike Martin, Deputy Investigator Nicole Sparks, and I hope you had an enjoyable, informative, and educational night with this educational broadcast that Sheriff Fletcher innovated. So thank you for being with us, and we will see you next time we go live. Everybody, seriously, have a happy New Year. Keep being kind, and sometime over the weekend, just perform a random act of kindness. Good night, folks.
300, can you have 325? Give me a call, please. Hello, give me time to call.
LOI from the beginning of the month.
I love you, Bob. I love you guys. I wasn't going to see Pap.
You should have retired by now.
Oh, this is great.
Look at all the people
out here. We're up here by Rice Park.
Somebody else said Claire.
Hey, was it It's a Wonderful Life at the Ordway or what?
We did not go, but we didn't go, but I think that's what it was.
Oh, what are you guys down here for? Just out of
We're just having a drink. We had dinner and a drink.
Isn't it beautiful down here?
It's so beautiful.
Yes, it is.
I realized that It's a Wonderful Life was playing, but then people got out of the show and they were sitting in the bathroom stalls humming All Playing Sign. And I was like, oh, that's what it was. Like,
cool.
I saw a bench outside of the bar that said, "Welcome to Bedford Falls."
Maybe it was in there. I don't know. We're trying to figure out where it was. Someone said it was at the same.
The Ordway. People streamed into this hotel, but there's not other theaters they would have gone to, right?
There's a big convention hall there where I got married there. That you could probably do it at.
What is your name, by the way? You look familiar.
Bob Fletcher.
Oh, Bob Fletcher. Elena Geiger Simpson.
Oh, nice to see you.
Nice
How
to
are
see
you?
you. Good.
My goodness gracious.
Well,
hey, by the way, Elena, I know you. Just a warning, we are live.
Okay.
So wait now.
Nothing's wrong
I
with
was
that.
gonna give you in the.
They can't see you now.
Give me a hug. Come on, give me a hug.
you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Nice to see you.
I was like, that looks a lot like Bob Fletcher, but I'm gonna ask because I'm pretty sure you should have retired by now.
Older version of Bob Fletcher. How come you haven't aged?
I have aged. He grew up playing. Actually, this guy tried to convince me to play hockey.
Yeah, you should have played. You
Yeah.
should have played too. Who's this young lady?
This is my friend Rachel.
Hey, Rachel.
She's in town from Montana.
Montana.
Longer than 10 years. We've
Yeah.
known each other now. Yeah.
You're a great athlete.
I was.
Yeah.
Now I have 2 knee replacements before the age of 40. Yeah. So
Two what? Knee replacements?
Yeah.
Just resist. Fight the pain. Motrin.
I did for about 7 years.
Did you?
Yeah, but no, life changing.
It was. People say it's great.
Now pickleball is my sport. So.
I got to take that up. They say I got long arms, so it's easier, right?
Yeah. You don't have to move as much. So
Right.
yes.
Yeah. And how's the family otherwise?
Good. They're good. Krista's down in Texas with her twin daughters who are now 17, which is wild.
17.
Yeah, and they're soccer stars, of course. Not surprisingly.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
How about you? How
Is
about
Grandpa
you?
still around? Or?
Yep, my dad is still around.
Well,
Yep,
we're
he's had some
live.
health problems the last couple years, but
He does live on
He
patrol.
was a big soccer fan.
And
still
there's
is.
a whole bunch of
Bigger
people
basketball
listening to
fan.
you say,
I think that's transitioned back to soccer with the green kids.
Yeah.
My mom and dad live
Yeah,
in
it's on
Minneapolis now.
YouTube
Actually,
and on
we all live
Facebook.
in Minneapolis.
Yeah. And it
great
started
to see
just
you.
being on
Kelsey's
Friday
up
nights.
in Grand
But now
Forks.
it's
Got
several
4
days a
kids.
week.
Wow.
They're hockey players.
Yeah.
She's a nurse practitioner.
Oh, what kind?
Well,
A
we
nurse
do it
practitioner,
all
I don't know,
year.
kids.
There's different,
Kids
like
Yeah.
peds. Yeah. I'm a
3.5
professor at the University
years
of
maybe.
Minnesota in the psychiatric
Yeah.
mental health nurse practitioner program. So
Big
Yeah.
need nowadays. We were just talking. We're down here trying to help the homeless with
Yeah.
gift cards and stuff. So
Oh,
huge,
that's good.
huge. You know, the state needs some larger capacity
Yeah.
to help people.
Yep, that is true.
We run into people that need help that the system just isn't able to help. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I don't know.
We've got an imperfect system.
Yeah, and they end up in our jail.
Yep,
And
which
we-
is
that's
not a great place.
That's not the best place.
No. Biggest service of biggest servicer of mental health services is in the jails,
Yeah,
which is kind of
yeah,
wild.
it's sad.
So.
Rachel, what part of Montana?
Bozeman.
Bozeman?
Yep.
It's nice there.
I'm from Stillwater originally. But
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Is a pony then? Or did you
Yeah.
go?
Yep.
And I'm sorry. What's your
This
name?
is Rev Daryl Spence. He's one of our
How are you?
community
Lovely.
service
Good.
officers. He's a chaplain for us
Oh,
as
very
well.
fun.
So he's kind of in charge of our homeless outreach there.
Yeah.
Does a wonderful job. He's a wonderful man, and I like. Did you know the Whistlers at all in Stillwater? Did you ever come across any of the Whistlers?
No. Whistler.
Whistlers,
No.
I don't know how old you are, so but
I graduated in 2005.
okay, so you know Chelsea Jones then. She was a hockey player there.
Yep, I know Chelsea Jones.
Her dad was a police officer that was shot and killed here in St. Paul.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And her
Okay.
brother now is a police officer with us,
Okay.
Matt.
Yeah,
so
I know Chelsea.
That's kind of a small world there.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of the other Stillwater hockey players. You know any other Stillwater hockey players? I coached in the summer.
I know a lot of male hockey players.
Male hockey players? What are you trying to say?
Bill Walls, Matt Foss. Those are the two names I can think
okay.
of.
Yeah. Well, what brought you out to Montana?
A boy originally, and now I'm just there because I love it. The mountains also. I
Yeah.
was out there because I love the mountains, and then I met a boy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Being honest.
I don't know how old you are, but I encourage you to meet a man.
Right.
Yeah, I'm still out there though. I have hope.
It's great.
We're both
It's
working
great.
on it.
Yeah. Lovely. Well,
Hey, thanks for recognizing me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Fun seeing you.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
I was like, that looks like Bob Fletcher, but again, I think he should be retired at this point. So
That
I
hurts.
thought you were
That's hurtful.
retired.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
Well, I did retire once.
okay, that's what I thought.
I retired once, but I decided that retirement wasn't all it was coming out to be.
Yeah. Okay.
So I ran again. They put me back in there, so you know.
And I live in Minneapolis, so I don't.
Well, that's all
pay
right. That's
attention
all
to
right.
the
I didn't,
same
last time
stuff.
I didn't have an opponent.
Uh-oh.
We visited way too long.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. He's got some gift
He
cards.
got
He's
gift
got-
cards
he's
in
gonna-
his hand.
People donate gift cards, and then
cool.
and then they help us help other people.
Great. That's good to.
Very-
to hear.
Nice to meet
well,
you.
It was
Thank
too
you.
late,
Thank you.
Rob.
Thanks a lot.
What's going
Merry
on?
Christmas.
It was too
How's
late.
it going?
My God.
Rachel, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet y'all.
I live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
You do.
Wow.
I've been watching you guys for the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Here's some gift
Thank
cards.
you. Thank you. What's
Wow.
your name?
William.
William, thank you, William.
What are you doing up here from Cedar Rapids?
Today's my birthday.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
these are
I
awesome.
lived in St. Paul for 20 years on the east side.
Thanks you for these holiday cards, because that's a lot of people need gas in the wintertime like this. So thank you. Very helpful.
But we came out. I like coming up to Mancini's.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, yep.
Where I was. My sister drove me up here this year. I was up here 2 years ago to Mancini's. I love it.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Where are you staying while you're up here? With your family or
Holiday Inn on West Side?
Okay, good.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right there in the middle.
I am.
It's all good.
Like I said, I don't get to watch you guys live because I work Friday nights. But on Saturday morning, I get off about 4 in the morning. and now watch. Usually, I don't get the whole 4-6 hours, but I'll watch you through the whole weekend and shit.
We're very honored that you watch us, that you find us, and donate some gift cards. Means a lot to us.
Been wanting to do it for a long time. Get up here, but
That's good.
it's hard with my job. I just don't have time. To get up.
Well,
but
give a birthday gift to everybody else. That's wonderful.
I love you, Bob.
Well, I love you.
You are
love you too.
what cops should be.
Wow. Thank you.
You know.
They all will get there. When they're young guys, they're not sure what they're supposed to be. But us older guys need to help them, find their way to just understanding that our job's just helping people.
Exactly.
And
that's the way it should be.
And we like arresting repeat offenders. That's definitely a part of our job. We do a good job of that. But on a day-to-day basis, it's just helping people overcome their obstacles.
Right, exactly. And when they're kind like you guys are, I think that helps a lot.
Yeah. Well,
I really do.
It's not hard to be kind, is it, William?
It isn't, really.
No.
It isn't.
No.
It isn't.
And the more you practice, the better you get at it.
I want to get on the camera and say hi to them.
You already did.
Go again. There you go. From Kylie, Brenda, from Cedar Rapids.
Cedar Rapids.
You got that shirt looks like the old Mancini's martini. That's good.
We just had dinner there.
Yeah.
Empty martini. I'm not driving.
No, that's fine.
I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
Well, shout out to Pat and John Mancini for great service down there.
Yeah.
I'm
glad I get it.
That looks like your shirt too.
I wish I could see Pat, but he must be out.
Pat's around. Maybe where are you going to be from here on in?
We're probably going back to the hotel.
Okay.
Now, so.
Pat will be around. He started a little earlier because he happened to be. I was picking him up, so Pat's out there.
All right. Love you guys.
All right, man. Good to see you.
Have a good night, guys.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Don't get hit by a car now.
I will not.
That's the way things go.
Bob, don't you got that shirt?
Yeah, I think I do.
The one that you can wear in the state fair?
Yeah, that's a different one, but yeah. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah. What a night. That's nice.
Oh, that was nice.
And the lady knew who you were. She was afraid to call you out.
Yeah, well, she wasn't sure she recognized me because I'm a little bit heftier than when I was younger.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you.